everybody, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Summer Season Playoffs. Get ready to dive in to our top 6 remaining in our tournament, each looking to take home the title of our last tournament of the year before we head into the championships that are just around the corner. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty. We got a lot of action to break down today, don't we, Jesse?
Yeah, a whole lot of games. Everybody trying to vie for one of those spots in the top 3 championship Wednesday next week. But for now, we got to decide who is going to be there. We got some pretty spicy games ahead of us, including this first one of the night.
We certainly do, and you know, it's been an interesting run, because I know that we had our games last week. That was long, by the way. We ended with like a reverse sweep to go off of it, and Fable ended up squeaking their way out, and you know, it was kind of crazy, you know, down in that lower bracket. So I'm kind of excited we get to focus more on those teams who are kind of on those on their last limbs, because it makes things a little extra interesting with how it ends up turning out. But before we get there, we got a lot more to talk about, because as we said, this is the last event before we get ready for our championships in just a little while. So when we look back, this is number 4. Our spring season has been in the middle. Like, that was our last kind of big thing that we had with the double elimination, the Swiss. We did have Academy 201 right before this as well, where it was DK, our little duckies, that ended up taking away that one. And honestly, Jesse, they're kind of on track to do the same here.
Yeah, I would say right now the Ducks, even though going into this tournament initially, I'm like, hey, it's probably maybe Avidity, Axel Sakura obviously around, and you can never count out the Ducks. But as we've went on through Swiss stage, and even last week, I think DK have really put themselves in a position to be the favorites. This is a perfect meta, I won't lie, for DK. You get to play Tracer or Genji? Are you serious? Like, that is exactly what they would want. We'll get into them a little bit more later, but in this first one, it's a team we didn't think would be down in lower bracket maybe this early. It's Avidity taking on Fable. Fable obviously has been around the lower bracket quite a bit. We saw the crazy game last week to end the stream to get them here into this top 6. And you and I have talked about it before. This is usually the point where in Fable's history, they either kind of stumble on a roadblock or have a tough team that drops early. They have to play, and it's sadly the latter here again for Fable. They have quite a tough test ahead of them here tonight.
Hey, but you know what's extra motivating for this team? A little bit of prize money to go along with this, which at this point in the tournament, you have made top 6, so that prize money looks a lot more attainable. Just one more win here would guarantee your team $1,000. But as you said, Jesse, with Fable having to go up our spring season victors, it's going to be quite difficult for that to come back around for them, but it's always nice to have these prize pools further to support our players within this community. And, you know, kind of speaking of that too, we had OWCS kick off again this past weekend. We've seen more Calling All Heroes players than ever competing within the top 8 teams in both North America and EMEA.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see just more and more Calling All Hero representation at the very top level, and you'll get to see a few of those faces here. We'll talk about them here in just a minute. Even in this first game, we have a few current or previous OWCS players, but it has been incredible to see just how much this scene has grown over the last year or two, and now they're really getting to shine at the top. But tonight, it's all about them, and it's all about Fable maybe trying to pull that upset.
Absolutely, and upset is what it's going to be, and we got to take a look at where these battles are actually going to be happening with our map pool. It is slightly different than what we saw in the Swiss stage. Each little group that you see here of our map types does have at least one map that was the same from the Swiss, but otherwise throwing in something new. Most notably, Atlas, Jesse, the newest addition to the Overwatch map pool, which I've been quite a big fan of, is now going to be available for selection in Flashpoint.
You know, Atlas has been really fun. Like, sometimes when you add in new maps, it's like, well, I don't think we're going to be playing this too much. Like, Antarctic Peninsula, like, you rarely see it, right? Like, even though it's been out for a while, you barely see it. Atlas has been all over the place. Maybe it's because it's the newest mode in Flashpoint that everyone's trying to give it a chance. But it's been a really fun map to kind of dive into, see how teams are playing it differently, because you can almost play anything on that map, except maybe Poke. But you can play any sort of rush. You can play the dive. We've seen Wrecking Ball and like Doomfist played on that map. So it's been all over the place. We'll see if we get to that later down the line, but it is nice, a little bit of a fresh map pool here for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, especially how prominent like some form of dive has been within kind of the recent meta. Every map type has one very strong dive map, at least one, if not two, potentially three, that's been going into it. So, and it's honestly perfect for what players are seeing to be fitting well into their pool now. And, you know, I believe we're going to get ready to take a look at our bracket here momentarily so we can kind of give you more of a visual of what these teams have been looking at and kind of what lies ahead for them. Because, you know, we'll start with our upper side of this. Exo, Sakura, and DK in that winners finals, each guaranteed a spot in the top 3. Fantastic for both of them, but I think the path that they took to get here, especially for DK, we already touched on it a little bit, 3-0ing Avidity, a team that has consistently had their number when they've matched up in the past. Like, that is not a small feat whatsoever.
Now, that's a big sign of where this tournament could go, and that potential end result is DK has had their struggles against Avidity, right? Like, they get knocked down to lowers in the spring, eventually get knocked out by Exo Sakura, and to finish 3rd in the spring, and now they want revenge. And so far, they've got the first half of that revenge tour done. They'll be looking to at least finish off it for now in that winners finals, knowing if they win that, there's a pretty good chance Avidity or Exo Sakura meet them again in those grands. But as we go over to the lower side of the bracket, this is where it's been chaos, right? Fable 3-2 Cafe Violet, fantastic matchup. And Rebel Hearts, which is one of the newer teams this tournament, they managed to get past Hypnos, which has been around for such a long time. And they will have their own little test up against Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp later on. But it does really feel like, looking at this right now, it's Avidity's to lose until you get the lower finals. But obviously, expectations are not always reality.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a red flag, right, for Fable to be going that far against Cafe Violet 4-5 map. You got the win, that's what matters, but it's also playoff Fable and lower bracket Fable, and we've seen this go 2 different ways. It's either it's a struggle bus, we eventually manage to pull it through, or something just clicks and we can run it all the way to top 3, maybe even top 2. This team very much wants to go ahead and push the limits. They got 2nd in Academy 101, 3rd in Academy 201 just this year alone. So while they already have that spot guaranteed in the championships in the coming months, this is also kind of another test. Can they manage to break through what these historically top 3 teams have been, Avidity being that big scary name?
Yeah, this will be a great test for Fable. But if you start with Avidity here, one of those titans that Fable will be trying to take out tonight. It's basically the core of who won the spring, with one little change, and that is Juno joining the roster. Obviously, it's a big replacement, right? You're going in replacing Scuffed, who has since moved to a different Colorado Heroes team. We'll get to them later on. But she goes into this team, joining from Moth Genesis, which was one of the hotter teams from the spring. It was kind of the big surprise, where now a lot of those players have spread out. They're on their own different rosters. But I do really think Juno so far has fitted really well with this team. But in this matchup, it's really going to be, you know, Ivory and Mage. They're going to be all over the place. Satori as well. She can basically play anything. Like, there's no reason to ban a tank if you're Fable, because she can do it all. It's kind of crazy.
No. Okay, so I was doing my notes and prep for this as usual, and I kind of tend to keep it the same, because a lot of our players tend to make the top spots more than once. And for Hitori, I had under her hero pool everything but Ball. And I watched ODBCS this weekend. You know what I saw? Hitori was playing Wrecking Ball. So she literally can play anything. She's very much a strong anchor point for this team, that if they're doing well, it's because of Hitori. If they're not doing well, it's probably not because of Hitori. Like, she just knows how to work with the players that are around her. And kind of in this dive meta that we have, that flexibility is going to be massive. Again, they did have a weird 3-0 against DK. That we're not used to seeing this team struggle so badly, even against a team that, like the Ducks, that have been on quite a run of their own. So if Fable are really feeling themselves today, Avidity absolutely need to be on their toes when they head into this best of 5.
Yeah, this will be a great test for Avidity on how they can bounce back from that kind of loss. And Fable will be looking to kind of take advantage of maybe a slumping Avidity. That's some would argue, as again, a little bit of a slightly new roster. Z Panther returns to Fable after multiple stints with this roster before. And then, of course, you have Avery, right? Like, Avery, we talk a lot about Hitori. Avery's one of the few tanks, I believe, in Calling Our Heroes can actually get pretty close to matching, if not matching, Hitori. Depending on what the matchup is, what the scenario is. They have a ton of history. They've had a lot of success over the last few months. So I want to see how they do against quite an impressive Amplified team, but also, you know, H-King Persona. They have a pretty tall order on the DPS line on the other side. They don't have to go ballistic. They just have to try and make sure that they're not losing the game immediately due to a random Ivory or Julia pop-off.
Yeah, absolutely. This is kind of H-King Persona's meta to shine, that Tracer Genji that we were talking about. It's entirely in their cards, but we can have them all they want here on the screen, but it sounds like that we are actually almost ready to get into the action momentarily. So when we get to look at this map pool, I mentioned dive map. In every single one of these pools, we picked it for control. Ilios will go ahead. It is Avidity's map pick, as they are the higher seed in this situation. A Venture and a Kiriko ban here. Another hero we haven't talked a ton about is that Venture. Pretty strong, right up there with that Tracer Genji.
Yeah, the Venture will have to get put away for just a little bit. Sorry, Molly, I know you're
I
the
know.
resident Venture fan here. But the Kiriko ban as well from Avidity, that tells me they don't want to play those high tempo Lucio Kiri comps. We could even actually no, it's Tracer. Well, then never mind. Maybe we do see the Venture. Maybe
the Venture's pretty good here. If there's no Tracer, honestly, like this could be a thing. I'm down for it. I'm down for it. Well, it's like I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. We'll save that for like a flashpoint or something. But
yeah,
the Tracer being taken away so early, especially when that's by Fable, when Persona has been like particularly comfortable on that pick, it makes me wonder what she's thinking about playing heading into this Ilios game.
Yeah, something has to be cooking up here for Fable. I'm not sure what quite yet. We'll see here in just a few moments what they're thinking, but yeah, taking away the Tracer, it does take away maybe a little bit of the power from Avidity, right? Because regardless whether it be Julia or Ivory, both of them are extremely comfortable on, and not Julia, Mage or Ivory. They're both incredibly comfortable on the Tracer. So you at least take that adaptation away from Avidity, but again, the Kiri being gone, you're not going to see any of those quick-paced Lucio Kiri comps. You may see even like some Brig Wuyang or something to that degree, as we do see it from both right now. We've been wondering, Wuyang has got some play. He's definitely not been everywhere, but especially here to start out of Ruins. It is so long range, you might as well take advantage of how you can just send those orbs all over the place with the staff. And that will be the start, as it will be the Wrecking Ball. You talked about it earlier for Hitori.
Yeah, but because this doesn't have the Tracer, I feel like the Wrecking Ball loses a lot of this diving power, relying more on Mage and Ivory to landing these shots long range, and almost the poke from Juno and Nenwai on their respective support. So Fable almost a little puzzled, like, okay, we gotta find a good way to approach without losing all of our health bars along the way. Like even Avery, taking it slow, deciding on which target to go on, who's buying the space, forces Nenwai back just a tad bit here, as both Persona and Ivory exchanging some bolts from across the way. Although it's Avery burned out of mech already. That's something with Echo, receives quite a few buffs, not just with the perks, but to the hero, tons of damage, and with the Avery out of mech, this just should be an Avidity cap.
Yeah, it should be, as the Echo is going to be massive here, especially if Avery cannot keep Mage in check. It is so easy, like you said, already some incredible perks that they got during Season 18, but that Focusing Beam can just burn down the bottom half of Avery's health, and even if that nade misses from Juno, everybody is stuck in that corner, but it will force a slight reset here from Avidity, as Mage almost falls early.
I mean, this is better. Fable, honestly, they just kind of stood there. Didn't really have a
Yeah.
way in, and Avery felt victim to that. Saw like 5 flies buzzing around them. Didn't pick a target. This time
Nenwai?
will be able to lock in onto Nenwai, which honestly should not have been able to die on the Wu Yang, but you go ahead and take what you can get if you're Fable. Rally managed to pull this up with Hattori being on the Wrecking Ball and losing the trade out in Fiery. It's so difficult to remove all players of Avidity from this point to get some firm capture percentage. Z-Panther is almost in the backline. Anti-Elp, no health to their name. HK following suit, and despite getting the first Elam, Fable unable to make anything of it.
It's so hard right now for Fable to pick apart this hold from Avidity. They can play so spread out with these Wrecking Ball comps. It's not like your normal Death Ball where you can pretty much have an idea of where everyone is, and already Mage finds an early kill, and that just sets, again, everything up for Avidity. They can just calm down. They don't need to play this super aggressive, but they will still send in the Bola from Irie, who doesn't find much.
Yeah, they're gonna respond with HK's Blade, but sees the title rush, gets knocked
That's
to the
rude.
ground, and yeah, goodbye HK. Mage says that's a Genji diff, and I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day. Only 1 death so far on the side of Avidity. Did use 3 ult there, Jesse. Oh, Avery,
Yeah, but you do
no.
also cancel out one. Mines are going to be used just to delay everybody. Catches Persona. Avery has to go back and spawn just so they can get healed up, and they will just abandon ship. They'll try and go to the Doom for a touch,
Oh,
but
no.
I fear it is a little bit too late.
Yeah, there was a sleep dart onto Avery at the tail end there. Juno on her signature Ana. Making moves in Avidity. A near flawless round to go for. This is such an interesting style of composition. The disruption from the Wrecking Ball and the insane amount of poke and / you can't touch me. Like, Avery just didn't know what to do. Can never convert on something with H-Key, and hoping that kind of this change of scenery and Lighthouse can help with their playstyle.
Yeah, it's just so hard because normally, like, okay, we want to try and find the Ana. She has, you know, the least amount of mobility, and there's no break to flail anybody away. But the issue of that is, yes, there's not, but Wu Yang can just still push everyone away. And there's so much else going on, whether it be Ivory shooting from afar, Mage is going to be everywhere on the Echo. It is just so difficult to try and keep up with everything while also trying to take out Juno early. And now Hattori will just do a little bit of scouting. No changes really across the board other than Fiery now.
Ooh.
Going on the list though when they do find Mage early.
I do like the pick onto Fiery because it also helps HK get into positions like that where you can punish Mage. That was Fable's big issue last time. They couldn't close the gap. They couldn't get to the vulnerable parts of Avidity. Did it this time. Will themselves set up for a first cap. Fable, they are going to be met with some of Avidity. Hattori still has plenty of health to work with. Mage is returning on this Sombra. Yet another one of the heroes that she plays, and HK not willing to take a water gun fight without really any backup there. Goes for a dash into the backline, but Fable not able to get a cap. Avery continues to be under the pressure of Mage, now on the Sombra, and Persona attempting to get rid of Hattori, but she's basically immortal with like 1,000 HP. Goes for the boop again. Oh man, Persona playing with fire, and I mean, this is just a classic what you see with how fast-paced these comps are. You know, eventually help landing these final blows with how pokey this composition can be, and once this dust starts to settle, Avidity have a slight advantage, but does that even mean they can get a cap?
They should be able to cap now, especially,
Well-
yeah, that hack goes through on
well-
H-Key. Nenwai falls, and now the reinforcements are arriving. Doesn't allow H-Key, though, to live long enough, but this point still uncaptured. As yeah, the reinforcements are here for Fable.
They are, but I mean, it's still Hattori. Like, until you can get rid of the rodent, like, nothing's gonna happen. Eventually, it does seem that pest control has been called. Hattori, not a ton of HP to work with, does have the minefield in her back pocket, but she doesn't even feel the need to use it. Avery's really low themselves, has to use the tidal wave just to get out of the little room that they were attempting to there. I mean, this is insanely long for a first fight. It's gonna take some of these ultimates to be the decider. Hattori eventually lays down those little explosive mines on the objective. Fable is gone. Actually, never mind. HT says, you know what? I want in on this action. I don't care about your water gun. I have a sharp blade. Bye-bye, Nenwai. Eventually, we get a capture, Jesse. It happened only like 2 minutes into this match. Oh, we EMP.
And now
Okay.
an EMP, it only
Okay.
hits Avery. I'm not sure if Mage realized how, you know, close H-Key was. And
Avery?
Avery got booped.
Oh.
Avery gets booped by Hattori. That might just save the fight.
There's so much disconnect between this team. Like, we're watching
So
a team
much.
deathmatch right now. That's what's happening. Finally, Hattori is dead. It's a miracle, people. Persona went over to the cast, one of the very few CCs that you have on the DPS line, and that seems to be enough for Fable to finally take a breath.
That might have been one of the longest like pre-fights for a point I have ever seen. Now the swaps come in for Avidity. They will abandon the Wuyang. Nenwai goes over to the Brig to help out Juno a little bit more, and Ivory goes over to the Reaper. So now, kind of that pseudo death ball comp, but Mage already gone. HK has started to really light it up here on Lighthouse.
Ooh, Sound Barrier forced out of Fiery. More so to stabilize than anything else, and even initiate a dive onto Juno. Both supports are done and dealt with, and that's kind of where the Wrecking Ball does start to struggle. You can't really do much on the counter dive angle, so if Fable find something onto the supports of Avidity, you're kind of just dead. Also, Persona, kind of cooking right now.
Love the Mythic Gun. You're
It is nice.
A little bit of style added on there. But like I said, yeah, that counter dive is gonna be a little difficult. Nenwai already goes back to the Wuyang. Like, hey, maybe that Brig was not it. Mines go over on the point. That'll just try and create a little bit of space, but there is no follow-up quite yet as Fable. They have 4 ults and Juno's down.
Yeah, H keeps fighting these final blows all by herself, mind you. Avery is just on the point, trying to play pest control to Hattori, and again, that's barely enough. Persona sees the bit of this wave, tries to go after Nenwai, but they'll go ahead and start on out of there. Again, HK lighting up this kill feed for Fable, the true hero for them after kind of getting pummeled. In round number 1, stagger onto Mage. Fable, they just gotta win more and more fight.
Yeah, HK, and they have the blade here, so she'll be able to kind of do whatever the hell she wants. Going into this next fight, there is no defensive ult to save Avidity. The closest ult they have is maybe a Nano coming in from Juno. Ivory might be able to get the Death Blossom, but here it goes.
The blade out, HK goes in, slices onto 2. Everybody else from Fable dog piles onto the back line. Ivory and Juno raced right alongside it. Fable looking to clean up and get themselves a final capture here on Lighthouse. We're going to finish this off and well.
That was the answer we were kind of looking for from Fable, right? Like, Ruins was not their map, and not their round by any stretch. But right there, they kind of settled it and realized that, hey, the Echo isn't going to be as great here. Not even as much of a focus onto the Freya, and more of just, hey, close-knit battles. What can we do? A little bit more of a comfortable situation for Avery as well. I feel like they were way easier poked out on Ruins because there's just so many angles you have to deal with. Lighthouse, it's a little bit easier. But now as we go into the final round here, Ivory will match or at least they think they'll be matching this Cassidy. We'll see if, I think, yeah, Persona's on it as well for the moment being. That TP is one to forget, HK. Don't worry about it. You popped off on round 2. Nobody's going to worry about the TP.
Fable really leaning into the DPS line right now. As we kind of mentioned at the start of the series, that's a spot I didn't really know about. It kind of just blends right into the building there if you weren't like a bright purple. But you go ahead and make it work. HK is forcing Hattori out of position. And, you know, with both of these Wuyangs on the field, mind you, very survivable hero. Knee Panther, despite kind of getting tossed around first round, doesn't have a single death in this map. Poke damage is insane, and it's almost that you set up the fight for your tank to eventually die. The interesting situation that you don't see with a lot of compositions, or in this case, it's HK. If it wasn't for that last second healing burst out of Nenwai, we'd be seeing one dead Juno, which might anyway. She has a sliver of HP and is on the hunt. Trade out 1-for-1, but with Avery losing out on their own mech, is that looking too good for Fable to continue this fight out? Mage as those dash resets, and yep, that's Genji for you.
Yeah, and then Nenwai is just like, hey, back up. Just back up. Leave me alone, HK is. Yeah, I know a warrior early on from Wuyang was like, hey, they could get pretty easily dived, but I think Nenwai is showing right now that that may not necessarily be the case. We just have the one going through. Nenwai actually not going with the Tri-Blast for their major perk. We've seen a lot more of as of late. They will instead go with Ebb and Flow, which that Guardian Wave actually goes back after you send it out, but just heals, and it could help with these pretty close fights.
It's like almost like Immortality Field in a way, because it does so much healing to the point somebody that's on the brink of death instantly full health, and you kind of see that almost with Ivory there. Avidity, though, they got a lot of ults to work with. Deadeye from Ivory just to prevent any further forward pressure. Exchange of the waves in the back, and Fiery gets knocked down along with Avery's mech. Extraordinary value out of the Deadeye. Not entirely sure if you needed to couple this Dragon Blade on it, but it looks pretty nice, Mage. I'll go ahead and give it to you. Triple K for her and Divinity. We're just basically back on Ruins.
Yeah, and maybe she did need it, considering, yeah, you do lose both supports during the late end of that fight. Nenwai, I think that's just for the Hyper Ring, I'm assuming. Yeah, that's just for the Hyper Ring. But that was even like a nice use of the Wu Yang, all right? They pop it in so the Deadeye, nobody can move if they're on their back. Can't get away from it. You get one kill and a D-Mech, and now HK's getting hunted. And for now, they'll survive.
There's no deflect up there for Mage. I got a little iffy for a second, but everyone is okay, including Fable. They did get themselves the capture off of that, which, knowing how difficult it is to flip against dive competition, it's pretty important. HK, though, they got a Beat Saber combo. One already sliced in half, searching for a second target, looking to lock it onto the Genji, but with deflect still up, little that HK's able to accomplish in this situation. Actually, almost at them down, retreating towards the rest of the team. But thankfully, you got friends to back you up, able to clean up the rest of the fight.
Yeah, Fable, now, yes, it took a lot of ults for them to win that fight. This next fight will really be the deciding factor. Hey, can they actually maybe bring this all the way to an 80-90%? Bring us to a one-fight take-all? Or will Avidity close it out? Because like I said, it's just everything thrown in. Z-Panther will be the next one to have an ultimate ready to go. And granted, the Tidal Blast, like we said, we've seen it actually used pretty well so far. We'll have to see what Z-Panther's thinking, as they actually went with that Tri-Blast for the orbs instead.
Again, it's basically having a water gun fight on steroids. Those things hurt people. Probably not as much as HK and Nenwai are hurting, though. Definitely value the pick onto Avidity support more than the DPS of Fable. So it just depends if Avery can get out. No, the wave from Z-Panther just a little too late, and Avery loses the mech anyways and just wastes the ult alongside of it. Fable now in a bit of trouble. Another minefield from Tori by so much space. Mage sees them crumpled in the corner, crying for help, but it will not come. She'll go ahead and slice them down to size, and Fable got no fight left to go here. Attempting to stall a little longer, but it's just gonna make sure they get one final touch.
Yeah, one final touch incoming. They might be able to get the sound barrier here from Fiery. She is just 20% off, but she may also be the one to touch it. Already the dive's coming through from Tori. There she goes.
No, you don't have Fiery. Avery's out of mech. All hope is on HK to make it, but with how deep made Ivory is in the back line, it's just not meant to be. Avidity gonna go ahead and start off 1-0 with Ilios.
Beautiful aggression there late on from Avidity to make sure, A, the touches are coming through, and the sound barrier will not be able to be built up at the very last second. Regardless, even though HK, she popped off. Let's be real. Audit Lighthouse was the HK show, but it just wasn't enough late on. Beautiful locate there on the invis as well. So, yes, maybe the end result we thought was going to happen here in map 1, but I will say it was a little closer than what I imagined going into Ilios, and that might set up a little bit more hope here for Fable, as is now their map pick going into map 2.
And we did kind of see, too, where there was very clear points or Avidity on the same page. We are executing this better. We had the better comp. Fable didn't know what to do about it. Once we kind of moved around, I don't know what the heck happened on Lighthouse, other than nobody was playing as a team. We were all over the place. It was the HK show. You give her the room to cook on the Genji, she'll give you a 5-course meal. Like, this is just kind of the things that we can expect to see from Fable. If they can dismantle that strong team play Avidity is known for, it's a little easier to do on Control when you're playing things like that Wrecking Ball that tend to make things more chaotic anyways. As you said, Jesse, we're on a new map type now. Going forwards, is this going to be a possibility? Especially now that Tracer's going to be back in the mix.
Yeah, Tracer being back in the mix gotta be a little scary here for Fable, right? Because now that Wrecking Ball comp just got even better. The Tracer is easily the best DPS to go with that. So I wonder if, do you just pick a map that maybe isn't necessarily a great Wrecking Ball map, and then you try and play your bans maybe where there be against more of the DPS, or maybe you ban out Wu Yang if you don't want to really test it on that? Or do you just pick a map that you're super comfortable in and then just ban the Wrecking Ball outright? Which I think both options, depending on which direction they go, could be viable here for Fable. But it's obviously, you only get the one ban on Wrecking Ball, so you got to make sure you use it correctly and capitalize on the ban. But we'll see if that'll be here map 2 or later on.
Yeah, and I have a feeling we're sticking to something that's more dive related, just because it's where we've seen Fable lean all weekend long. Again, I think we saw maybe one death on Z Panther throughout that game, maybe
Maybe one or
two.
two.
Like, that's insane considering you ended up losing that map, number one. But also number two, Avery really likes to play this diva if they're allowed to. That's their comfort pick, something that they've been known for years at this point between the diva and the Sigma. But you also can ensure that HK can just keep doing what she wants. Kenji in such a good spot right now as a
So
hero. That new perk, Swift Cuts, is a little ridiculous sometimes, and you can especially see her exploiting that when she goes on these solo missions into the backline. So dive maps seem to make Fable more comfortable, but also knowing how flexible Avidity are, I don't even think there's something you could do to make them uncomfortable.
No, like Avidity have ridiculous flexibility.
Ugh.
Even though, yes, you can take them away from maybe their preferred comps. Right now, that Wrecking Ball, we've seen it all over the place, especially over in APAC, right? OWCS, Korea, we've seen it everywhere. Teams trying to test it out. Not as much here in NA or EMEA, right? We haven't seen a whole lot. Maybe, you know, Team Liquids maybe tried it a little bit with Infected. But it has been refreshing to see more of that Wrecking Ball play style being thrown into the mix here. And now we have Esperanza will be the next map. So definitely still feeling that dive style going into this next map. A diva is very good. Same thing with, you know, Wrecking Ball, Winston. So I wonder if that Wrecking Ball ban is on the way here from Fable, but it's not actually. They will ban out the Wuyang. And then the diva ban from Avidity is like, okay, you want to take us to a dive map? We're going to take away your best tag.
Okay, I think that's a very good decision for Avidity, knowing that Esperanza was out there. Avery, pretty flexible. I'm smelling like a hazard, maybe Doom even situation here. Maybe not put it that far yet, but it's a good ban, especially if you chose to take the Wuyang away. You couldn't protect that kink category. The Wuyang, though, like, that's a lot of the poke damage that was starting these fights. That's just completely gone. We're likely returning to more of this Lucio Kiriko, maybe even Brig Ana, considering Juno tends to lean more towards that Ana if she has the chance to run it. So I'm very interested to see what these backlines are going to head towards.
Yeah, especially now that Wuyang is out of the mix, but Kiri is back in, so maybe we just go back to that Lucio Kiri that we've seen for so long. Even though, yes, it's taken somewhat of a backseat with all of the Wuyang hype. Everyone wants to try out the new hero, and it helps that, you know, they're actually pretty good on release. Not like we have a Life Weaver situation where, well, you know, like, maybe not the greatest option to put in competitive play quite yet. So we're maybe going back to the basics from just a few months ago, but I have a feeling Fable, not a great fan of the diva ban. Maybe not what they were expecting going into this. And you and I were talking about it in the green room. This Zarya pseudo meta has been building, especially again here in North America, where teams like, once you go with the Zarya, the Wrecking Ball is one of the only real answers to try and disrupt a comp like this. So this could very easily work here from Fable. Avidity will go to what I think Fable were maybe fearing, and that is this full-on Lucio Kiri Wrecking Ball dive with now Mage on the Tracer.
The nice thing is Avery now has a large circumference around him of do not enter. Thanks to having Zarya, it enables the Genji and H key that's been popping off, but it also acts as great counter dive. Between that and Persona's signature Cassidy, I think Fable think this is the best way for them to weather the storm that Avidity are about to put them through. Because it's very touch and go. You're going to see them run in and then run out once the cooldowns are back. And hope they can arrive in time. Hitori soaring in from above. That was actually a pre-bubble onto the Cassidy there. And Hitori actually barely manages to escape with her life just because of it. And I was talking about that no-no zone from Avery. Ivory stepped inside the circle and found out the hard way. We do not go there. And Fable are going to just be able to stable for the most part. The only issue is Avidity, they get back faster, they're willing to fight scrappier, so once these major cooldowns are out, there's very little that Fable can do to fully recover.
Just waiting it out, especially once Ivory was taken, not Ivory, Persona dies. Like, oh, we don't have to worry about Flash anymore? Alright, now we can really just go in. You just gotta play out those bubbles or even just shoot through them. Fable now already making the swap. H key over to the Tracer to try and maybe help deal with Mage. But Ivory also made a swap. They will go over
Ooh.
to this Freya, maybe trying to poke out those bubbles early, try and put a little bit more pressure on the Persona as well, so they can't just sit in a corner and wait for that onslaught to come in.
Freya is a tank's worst enemy, especially if you don't have like a permanent shield or something that you
Yup.
can kind of flicker. Because you're not everyone's Reinhardt, unfortunately. It'd be kind of fun if they were. Persona might have wished that she was, because that's a pulse bomb that got stuck mid Deadeye. Did not have the health to survive it. And, yeah, Avidity, while they didn't really get much bot progress here, they have so many ults to work with, and with Fable burning theirs quickly, Fiery and Z-Panther, they come up with nothing other than the Kiriko. And Avidity don't really need a ton of healing. If you have the sound barrier from Nenwai, you re-engage, no fear, you're basically immortal for the next 5 seconds, confirm the elims onto Avery and Fiery. There you go. Successful Wrecking Ball dive.
That was just beautiful. I feel bad for Persona. She's just sitting there, and I'm gonna dead. It's like, oh, I'm getting pile driven and pulse, and I'm dead. All right, cool. There's not even anything Fable could do, right? They put down the bubble from Avery. The setup is great. Avidity just read it perfectly because of just a jump peek from Mage, and now that will be Tick going the way of Avidity. Fable now on the ropes. Just both support ultimates gone. Have to find something you would think. Maybe in this next fight or two, if they don't want to have this lead get completely out of control.
You know what I smell here, Jesse? Smell it out, a nice old-fashioned grab pulse bomb combo. Would love to see that if you can force a Suzu. If you are gonna do it fast, because Fiery ended up dying pretty early on to that fight. Mage and Nenwai have kind of been running around together. Granted, it's pretty hard to catch somebody in a grab. You don't have a pulse bomb for it. In fact, that is Mage, but she gets absolutely cooked by Persona on the cast. The one character that says, Tracer, go away, consistently, and Fable are gonna be able to close this one out.
They do win it. Avery takes themselves out accidentally when they're trying to capitalize on that grab. A little bit of a whoops there for Avery. Some charge that they would, of course, want back, but at least some progress here for Fable as they can get the bot back on moving. But they have to play this slow, and now they really have to. As HK just gets obliterated.
Yeah, you can't have that happen.
Nope.
It is one way to deal with HK though. Like thinking about last map, when Fable was winning fights, it's because HK was getting those first picks.
Yeah.
Take out that X Factor early, and suddenly Fable, they're running for the hills with less than half of their HP in tow with them.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate. Like, you're waiting for Avery to come back, and the one thing you cannot do in that situation is have a stagger. And that's exactly what happens there. You know, HK already so low, and again!
10!
Mage takes out HK. What in the hell is going on?
I'd say Mage first said Genji diff in round 1, and kind of wants to say the same for Tracer. Looking here at Esperanza, like this is rough. From HK's perspective, you need that player to be able to initiate. You need them to go in and contest Mage, but if they lose their lives so early on, there's just not much that Abel can realistically do. Persona's hoping to just force Avidity back, let Zarya get some of these bubbles, but Avery will happily use them and try to keep Fiery alive, but no, she'll end up going down just shy of another sound barrier. HK back in the fight, sure, but every bit of Fable is crumbling around them. They don't have any supports. I guess that's kind of a plus in this situation. So if you can force Tori to back away for a little bit, there's still time to make a comeback, Jesse. It's just gonna be rough.
Yeah, you still have just under half the time bank to go, so it's not impossible, and we've seen some pretty impressive comebacks on this map before, but it's going to be rough, right? You have to deal with a sound barrier and pulse bomb going into this next fight. Fiery no longer has their pulse bomb because she gets taken out from Ivory, and we're just going right back to another fight for Avidity.
Like, ball comps are so good on push because you can take these fights fast. Like, there is no stopping with them at all. Fable's comp, they need the time to breathe. They need the time to reset. Avidity have not taken their foot off the gas once.
No, they're not allowing them to. Nenwai, rude. Just rude. The boop kill. And even though, yes, HK, I think, would have died from her own pulse at that point. But Fable, you can tell, just struggling for answers. At this point, HK will go back over to the Genji that brought her such success over on Ilios, but it's a little bit too late. Now the lead over 100 meters, and now Fiery just has to get out of a sticky spot to keep beats.
Okay, the Ajax, thankfully, not in the cards, but the Graviton Surge solo on. Oh, never mind. You gotta check the second floor. Apparently, there's 2 levels to this shopping store. There you go. Goodbye, Nenwai. Hikori will start out with her own life. Fable trying to find stabilization, but like as soon as you say that, there's 2 that are dead on the other side. It's never over. The Divinity has more than 2 or 3 players up. Agent Hitori rolling around somewhere, but don't seem interested in engaging at this time.
No, they know that, like, hey, our lead's over 100 meters. We can just relax. We can take these fights whenever we want. It's not like they have to take it extremely quickly. And Fable, just to get out of that sticky situation, have no ultimates now going into this next fight. Persona might be able to get a pulse bomb that she'll be looking to try and sneak on Nenwai or Ivory, but again, it's these early pickoffs from Hitori and Mage that have made all the difference here on Esperanza.
Having a Tracer to play with this Wrecking Ball just multiplies this cup power by tenfold, and we're in real time. Wincon and HP and Persona near silent here in this map so far. Late Kitsune Rush out of Z Panther 2, no tank or fiery to back this one up, and Mage just going crazy in this backline.
You know, Mage going nuclear, a 15 kill streak now for the Tracer, and just with 2 minutes left, we're going right back to where we were 3 minutes ago. Right near the end of the Avidity side, and they know they can just lose a fight, win a fight strategy, even though they were looking to finish it off here. Now, Pulse sticks.
I mean, with Avery down, this is looking tough. It's a sticky spot for HK to be in 2-2, like Melee's back to back. I mean, Mage built different when it comes to these flex DPS roles, plus Tracer. These guys, Iron Fable, you're just worried about getting a touch on this point. You're not even worried about a comeback. You're worried about keeping yourselves afloat. On this map in particular, with those chances looking grimmer by the second, HK gets bowled over, slammed into a wall, and it'll be a full completion of Esperanza. Avidity are on their A game, and 1 map win away from taking the series.
That was incredibly convincing from Avidity. Even though, yes, map 1 a little all over the place. We're not sure really what's going on. I think we know exactly what's going on after that map. Just absolute domination, especially from Mage. Just all over the place. And you can tell they got a little bit of experience with these ball comps because obviously she's playing on Nosebleed over right now in OWCS Pacific. And they're another region that are playing a lot of these dive styles. They're playing a lot of, you know, whether it be the Hazard, D.Va, Wrecking Ball. It's a lot of these dive comps with the Tracer. So she's just at home like, hey, this is great. This is why we're playing in OWCS anyways. We can just keep it going. The Tracer ban is long gone. They're still able to win the map when that's active. And now Fable, once again, in do or die territory. And granted, yes, they were able to survive last week when they were in this position. But this one feels a little bit of a harsher mountain to climb, especially when, again, you only have 1 Wrecking Ball ban, and you already lost your Tracer ban. There's only so much you can do to set yourselves up before you actually go into the game.
You know, after map 1, like, you know what? Fable, they showed it's possible. They kind of threw Avidity off their game for a second, and it was like they got splashed underwater. I don't know what happened. Didn't happen again. And Avidity did not give any room to Fable. 90% of those fights were decided by a pick happening before a full team fight went on. The poke phase was way too successful, all things considered. We kind of talked about this too back in the green room of how Zarya comps have often been the go-to for the teams who haven't been able to pick up that Wrecking Ball as quickly. Wrecking Ball, just by nature, is one of those very mechanically challenging heroes. You either know him or you don't, kind of thing. And if you're not already a Wrecking Ball player, it's not something you're going to want to pull out. Unfortunately, Hitori, I think, is just a little bit too far ahead when it comes to that character for there necessarily to be much to do against it. Like, honestly, Jesse, I don't think there's a map in this pool that can be picked where Hitori won't be allowed to play it unless it's explicitly banned. Yeah,
I think if it's banned, then obviously you have a chance. But yeah, like you said, there's basically every single map left. You could theoretically play ball. Is it going to be the go-to pick or maybe the best case scenario in all those maps? Maybe not. But if you're feeling yourselves in this way, and especially the way that map just ended, right? You have just the chemistry there between Mage and Hitori is just ridiculous. Every single time the Wrecking Ball was going in with the pile drive, Mage was right there to finish up on the damage as well. And Ivory obviously sending in a lot of poke damage going in. Don't want to have their value lost in the sauce here, but it will be Suravasa. You could argue, I would say, with considering it's that or Atlas, maybe more rush focused than Atlas would be. There's definitely still points here on Suravasa that can be dive. The Freya ban is actually going in, so they're banking on the fact that they can save the Wrecking Ball ban for later on. But they're going to take Ivory, make sure maybe they're having a little bit of a harsher time. But Avidity, they're like, hey, we know we can just run this Wrecking Ball comp, even without the Lucio. And they know these Zarya comps are very reliant on the Lucio to speed them around on Flashpoint, and they will take that out of the equation.
It's going to force Avery, well, I wouldn't say force. Avery gets to go back to the D.Va here, and I think that's going to be much better in comparison to a Zarya and a Hamster. Mind you, this is a fantastic map for a Hamster to just kind of roll around on. So much space, a lot of small corridors that you can work through, get these knockups, bar mines like there's no tomorrow. It's wonderful. How do you change this, though? Because at this point, I need to see HKey kind of come stepping back up to where she was, and I want to see Avery and HKey synergizing on those dives, because now we're more worried about Mage is on that Tracer, and I don't think she lost a Tracer 1v1 once in that. You really can't have that happen, and that's also a huge mental boost towards Avidity. It makes it even more difficult for Fable to find a way to engage if Mage is going to continue to play at some of the best Tracer that we've seen from her.
And especially because also Wuyong's gonna be back, right?
Yep.
Like, this is a map that I feel like Wuyong might be one of their best. As of right now, there's some very long corridors, especially here at the very beginning, right? Like, you can just send those orbs around the corners into those small corridors. Avidity, yeah, what a shock. They will be back on the Wrecking Ball. Ivory wants to just go on to the Soj instead, which that was a hero during the spring season. They really got known for that, and the Freya. It was a big reason why Avidity went on that title run. So it's not like it's an uncomfortable situation by any stretch here for Avidity. It's Fable, though. Again, they have to make sure HK gets some value. They're not playing the long-range game. No hit scans available. They got to make sure to close the gap, and, well, it's kind of hard to close the gap when you're dead.
She killed both of them! She killed both the DPS!
My God.
By herself! Like, this is Mage territory. It's Mage territory. In Fable, they're just not allowed to have a single word. You cannot be losing like that to just one Tracer. You cannot.
You cannot let it happen. And I wonder if a Cassidy swap will go in purely for the fact that, hey, we need a flash. We need some sort of CC to deal with Mage. Because obviously, despite their best efforts, Persona and HKey have not been able to do it quite yet. Now you can see HKey's trying to be on Mage watch, but you also got to make sure, like, HKey still has to put some sort of backline pressure.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, HKey, I think, has been playing more defensive. It's Avery that can really open up this area. D.Va, kind of like Thanos in a way, if you can get in position, and Avery's been able to do that so far, although I feel like killing both supports with Justin Tori should be a bit on the illegal side of this point, because Avidity are going to stall this for at least an extra 10%. Persona's dead, Avery's on the mech. There's no shot Avidity turned that around.
The fact that it's both supports that die early, it just disrupts the entire game plan from Fable. They thought they had the opening, they thought they could get the flip, but instead, it is the end of Flashpoint 1. Avidity go up 1-0. And Ivory will actually give up now and realize, hey, there's nobody to really... I need the long-range diff. We'll just go with the Sombra. Make HKey and Avery's lives just a little bit more difficult. And arguably the best Flashpoint available here for Avidity is number 2. And Mage already sneaking behind, trying to see if she can find one of these pulse bombs.
I like this. I like this. Playing like a bit of a rat. It's the best kind of gameplay as a Tracer. That's the pulse bomb, but not to hang on to it for now. But there's Juno. It became known for a very aggressive support style of play before and ends up getting the first couple of kunai into the face of the opposing Kiriko. Without that kind of support, I mean, you just saw how Fable crumbles alongside of it. And not a single shiny button needed to be pressed either.
Tori gets another boob kill that time on the Avery. A little bit of a ringer on the Rosie there from Mage, just to distract the D.Va. Like I said, Juno's was known for being extremely aggressive. When they were on Moth's Genesis, even though Tidal Wave already done why, they send it in. There we go. Good. Oh, wow.
No, what
wow,
Mage?
Avery played that really well.
Yeah, Avery just saved the entirety of Fable with a single defense matrix. Unfortunately, they ran out of defense matrix. So Tori went in and had a field day, although you denied Bun. This is a very unfortunate place to get staggered because this is basically going to put it in almost final fight territory.
Yeah, it'll be one fight territory here for the second one. And that's the way we've seen a lot now. With the tidal wave, is sending it in. HKey, maybe a little bit of desperation.
But why?
Not
If he
able
was
to
dead.
find anything. Yeah, I'm not. I wonder if the mental boom a little bit there from HKey, thinking that maybe they can catch Avidity off with an early fight, but instead now it's Avidity with the aggression.
Yeah, tidal rush there. Doesn't actually do much other than ensure Avery can get touch on this objective. Persona finally gets that gap onto Mage. A huge opening for the spite. And Tori stays a little too close to a tactical nuke. And all right, Fable. A couple of weird coincidences, or rather just one. You'll go ahead and take, and first bit of percentage on Suravasa. Gonna start counting up.
Yeah, I was worried at first because Z Panther uses the tidal, the tidal blast just to get Avery through to point. Like, hey, we need to make sure somebody touches. We're not going to be as aggressive with it as Avidity was in that previous play with Mage, but instead it at least gets a touch in. Persona already. Yeah, recall force, pulse whiffs, and now Fable really have to find something late.
Yeah, that was an overextension too, Fable.
Yeah.
They're hanging on by the skin of their teeth. They're not anything at all. A double pulse from Mage lights up the kill feed. She's working magic, and it's not stopping. Avidity. That's now 2 points over to them. One more, and this series is done.
Yeah, this could be done here. So you can see Mage had the nice little level system we've got going on in Overwatch 2 now. Yeah, like that, like level 27. The Tracer, the most played hero currently for Mage, and already, look at this. They are into their spawn, Molly. And Sori and Mage, they are not settling by any stretch, even though they don't find anything on the first score. And over half the team is in the Fable spawn. Like, what the hell?
Well, that was actually the other way around, I believe. Well, you know, actually, we
really?
got there eventually. Early Torso Torrent and HKey just gets hit with the toes, trying to double jump over it, but didn't have quite enough height. Fable, though, that's just a rough way to start it out. Very good choice of an engage tool from Avidity. Mage pulling it all together, and they're gonna go ahead and make this work.
Yeah, you get tough. It was like, hey, we'll hide in this room. It's like, oh, we really should not be hiding in this room. Like, that is not, it's not the ideal spot because they can just have a Troy roll in. A lot of damage just flood on through, especially from Nenwai. And now Avidity, again, another fight their way. Pulse Bomb available. Juno can get aggressive once again, as she has been the entire series with this Kitsune Rush. Fable, they gotta find something, and it'll start out here with the title.
Looking for Nenwai. Kind of the same issue. Attempted to use the top of the wall, but didn't get it. The Dragon Blade from HKey attempting to help Avery get back in mech, which the job is done. You just don't really much of a team to back it up. Hold the supports for Fable way out of the battle, yet HKey choosing to stick around, goes in at 40 HP. Extra Persona able to pinch and kind of confirm the elimination. With the flip here, I understand Fable wanting to hang around, get as much points as they can, but only come up with about 12 before they're inside the wave.
Yeah, they understand, like, hey, we cannot lose somebody early here. This is potentially final fight territory. Gotta make sure we can use everything at our disposal. HKey will go over to the Sombra, trying to deal with it. Tori maybe a little more head on, but at this point, you gotta find something. Kitsune Rush used in early to enter.
Well, you can't really use it if there's just a bunch of little explosive balls in the middle
Yeah.
at this point. So, I mean, it's there. We can say that. Some of the minefield got cleared. Not enough, though. That's an EMP from Avidity. The backline looking a little worse for wear from Fable. Only Persona up and waiting, and even that will be taken care of momentarily. Post bomb, no! So too close to stun. Persona actually manages to get through, but it won't be enough. Fable's story is going to end here. Avidity 3-0 and move on in a lower bracket.
Avidity, we were wondering how they were going to answer after being swept by the Ducks last week, and well, that's a pretty impressive way for them to answer. A rough map 1, but dominant in maps 2 and 3. As Avidity, like I said, they will move on to the lower semifinals, guaranteed a top 4 placement, and Fable will have another early exit here in Calling Our Heroes. This time it'll be top 6, But at least due to our math, we believe they have got their spot in champs. Not confirmed, obviously, but if our math is correct here in the casting booth, we will at least be seeing them once again in the championships come the winter. But for now, it's the Avidity show, and it was honestly the Hitori and Mage show. This Wrecking Ball dive, whether it be with the Genji on map 1 or the Tracer maps 2 and 3, just looked unstoppable here, Molly.
This is an Avidity that won the spring season, mind you. They did not play in the previous Academy 201 just because of some busy scheduling, but they're back here for the summer season, and they might be on track to take a second event here, which would be an insane run back for this roster. Very few changes that have been made, just kind of in the past, but except for Juno, which looked flawless, by the way. That was kind of my one thing that I was looking out for, was Juno never really has been on like one of these top level teams that we've had in Calling All Heroes because she was so new. She recently started playing, I believe back in January was kind of that first big look we had at her in playoffs. Now finding her on Avidity, she fit right in, not a problem whatsoever, and I'm really happy to see more talent continuing to find their way closer towards the top, and Avidity get to keep fighting for their second chance.
Yeah, like you said, that was something we worried about. I don't even worried about. It's kind of thought about for a little bit. It's like, how is Juno going to fit in here? Because Moth's Genesis, they had their unique comps, right? They played a lot of the Venture comps, Pharah comps, due to Jeremy. But this was definitely a spot like, hey, this could be a shining moment here for Juno. Like, hey, I deserve this spot. I know it's big shoes to fill, right? Filling in for Scuffed, who's one of the best in the scene right now. But no, she was lights out today in this game, and it kind of overshined somehow Nenwai, which Nenwai just a very quiet but incredible game from them as well, whether it be on the Lucio or on the Wuyang. But Avidity, once again, a scary team in this lower bracket, and yeah, I would not want to play them right now. I just wouldn't. They look petrifying.
Well, the nice part is nobody has to play them until next week because we will not have that match until then. So study up for whoever ends up playing Avidity next. You will have your work cut out for you. Granted, though, Avidity, if they're going to end up winning this summer season, they got to win 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
You're coming from the lowest bracket at a pretty far point. So I think endurance is going to be a big thing for this team moving forwards.
Yeah, that'll be the test next week, right? Because, yeah, like you said, if they want to win this whole thing, gotta win 3 series in a row. Yeah. Which usually was like, hey, you know, if you have to go from a lower bracket, you play lower finals, you play grands. It's back-to-back games can be a little rough. This is that on steroids. Like, you got 3 games, and more than likely, if you have to do that, you have to beat DK and Exo Sakura. Like, that is not an easy trail by any stretch of the imagination. But if any team's going to do it, I think Avidity definitely have the potential here if they can play like they did here on maps 2 and 3.
And there's always the possibility of it. I think this team, too, continues to level up. Not just in Calling All Heroes, but, I mean, outside of it. We had Nenwai get signed to Nightmare not too long ago for Stage 3, which is a really big deal for them. And I know that there's a ton of people in the Calling All Heroes community that were super excited to see that. Hitori been running it down with Extinction, and a lot of the rest of this roster kind of come up. You have Collegiate that's right around the corner. Ivory's going to be on Bellevue, ironically, with Avery, too. Yeah. It's kind of making their comeback. So we're kind of heading into that really busy point for a lot of these players. So I think getting as far as they can in this tournament is going to be so helpful for all of those future endeavors they're going to have as well.
Yeah, having a game like today, especially when you lose like you did last week to DK, it can definitely, some teams you can shake them up and be like, okay, we don't really know what we're going to do, and they kind of struggle out of the gates, and you can almost see that even on Ilios Lighthouse, right? Like, they weren't sure how exactly they wanted to deal with H-Key. They were in a little bit of an awkward spot, but from then on out, it was Avidity's series to lose. And it felt like, regardless of what Fable did, it wasn't even like Fable were making, like, that many mistakes. Yes, there was the occasional, like, bad positioning. Like, Persona got caught out a few times from Mage. But it really was just Avidity playing their pace and Fable not being able to keep up. And when it's that type of style, and it's not even the other team messing up, it's just Avidity playing extremely well, that is the most scary team to play. Because it's so hard to force mistakes and to force Avidity to play a different play style.
Well, if there's one thing I know about Avidity, they're scary on the battlefield, but very nice and sweet when we do get a chance to talk to them, which it does sound like we will be able to have them on for a winner's interview. We're going to go ahead, send it to a quick break, and we'll be back hearing from our winners of today's series. Don't go anywhere. Still so much more Calling All Heroes to come. first series of the night has come to a close. Avidity are reigning winners from the spring season, looking to run it all the way back towards the end after taking a 3-0 victory over Fable. We had some doubts over this team after a 3-0 loss in the upper bracket, but all of those silenced, shoved under the rug, set on fire. Whatever you need to do to make sure they're actually just gone, they are. No concern whatsoever for this team heading forwards into their next match. And Jesse, I have a feeling they're feeling pretty good about this one as well.
Yeah, I would think so too, even though, yeah, like map 1 was maybe a little all over the place. Maps 2 and 3 were fantastic, and we do have the fantastic Hitscan player themselves, Ivory, joining us now for an interview. And Ivory, we gotta ask first, how are you feeling after winning that one and making it to the final day?
I'm feeling pretty good. I haven't been playing much this tournament. Senna requested that she wanted to play after we had played in the spring, spring series. So I was kind of taking more of like a backseat role this tournament. She is in Germany right now with a girlfriend, so I stepped up and said, yeah, I can play for you. I believe she'll be back for the finals, so good luck to her. But I'm feeling pretty good. And then I don't want to, like ego or anything, but that 3-0 loss to the Dill Ducks, we did FF that.
Okay.
One of our players was unable to make it due to unseen circumstances, so we did FF. And I just wanted to, they're an amazing team, and I'm sure we'll see them in the finals. But just wanted to kind of like clear our name on that.
Hey, honestly, we appreciate you clearing that up because Avidity is now, in our eyes, because it's the only one that we've seen so far this week, the best team in this tournament. So, hey, pretty good for y'all. Do have to say, though, this Wrecking Ball composition isn't something we've necessarily seen from Hitori, but it's something we've kind of relatively expected, given kind of where that current meta has been. Has this been an adjustment for you at all? How do you feel like the team's kind of fallen into this very fast-paced style of play, especially with the Wuyong?
Well, Wuyong was disabled during Swiss for Ka, and so we hadn't really played it much, and we kind of went in today and it was more of like a vibe day. Hitori said that she wanted to play ball, and so we said, okay, we'll play ball. I tried out the Genji on Esper, but then with the Zarya comp, it made it extremely hard. I could have went Reaper or something, but I just decided to be comfortable and go Freya. But Hitori's very comfortable on either Ball or Monkey or any of those heroes, right? Or like those faster paced dive heroes. Whenever she's not on the signature hazard, so we kind of just try to like develop a comp around her, and then she controls the game for us.
So for you, obviously, kind of stepping into this game, like you said, play more of like a backseat role this split compared to spring. Was it pretty easy today, kind of just stepping into this roster? Obviously, not many changes from the spring, only Juno coming in for Scuffed. How are the vibes feeling with everybody on such short notice, kind of you going in here for today's game?
The vibes are pretty good. We enjoy playing it with each other, all of us. It's always enjoyable, like hanging out with Juno and Hitori or Bun. Not so much Nenwai. Nenwai's a thumbs down right now. Not obviously joking. Nenwai's just very, very busy with OWCS and Collegiate, so there's always some discrepancy of, Nenwai being like, what time do we play? And we'll be like, we play at 7 p.m. And then the next day it'll be, what time do we play? Like 7 p.m. But I know they have a lot on their plate right now, so it's just funny and something that we'll look back on and laugh.
And
of course.
Yeah, we've seen the Nenwai memery be circulating around the Overwatch community, so it's kind of funny to see the team also kind of lean into that too. But I actually want to talk a little bit about your busy schedule, because not only this isn't just the only tournament you're playing in, you're also in Face It right now, if I'm not mistaken, and you have Collegiate starting in just like the next couple of weeks here. Like, how is it for you playing and calling all heroes? How does that kind of correlate with the rest of your tournaments? Do you find it as something as kind of like a stepping stone? Is it something, that like you really like? Is it how do you manage that, basically, just being a student alongside all of this?
Personally, it is hard. I also do work a part-time job So getting scrims in, spending time with my girlfriend, working, school, all that. As much as it sounds like it's going to be like such a hassle, or like, there's going to be so much time consumed, it's really just about being like organized and setting a schedule. Prioritizing things and setting a schedule will always help in the long run, because then, if you need to be there by like 5 p.m., for example, then wake up at 4, or get ready by 4. That way you're always like ready for the next step. And so that's been like a big help. And just having that consistency also provides consistent results in games. As for like a stepping stone for Ka, I think that any marginalized person who wants to get into competitive Overwatch, there's not more, like, obviously you can turn your eyes to Face It, but if you want an accepting place where you can like find a community that supports you for you, I would definitely look into playing in Calling All Heroes, whether it's be Rising or Challengers. Obviously Challengers is a little bit more top heavy with the OWCS players, and just like all the amazing talent, but if you come into it wanting to learn, I think you can get so much out of it.
I think you too, we've seen you be one of those players that has really continued to shine, despite how much you have to kind of juggle going ahead. So Ivory, really appreciate the time, not only to see you play in Calling All Heroes, but also to join us here on the desk for a little bit after your game. We'll go ahead, let you go, celebrate with your team, and we will look forward to seeing Avidity next week.
Sounds good. Have a great night.
As well, thank you. Such a chill player. I just love getting to talk to Ivory. And like, it's crazy too that now that we have all that nonsense cleared up, Avidity, if you don't count forfeits, haven't technically lost a game yet.
That makes way more sense, because I'm like, man, a 3 on a DK. I'm thinking like if they lose to DK, it's a 3-1, it's a 3-2. That makes way more sense. Like that at least that helps paint the picture. For me now, we'll get to it later now for DK, like, hey, that Exco game is more of like a, hey, we deserve to still be here in this position. We're not, like, the forfeit is whatever, but that'll be kind of a neat storyline later on. But first, we got to figure out who Avidity are going to play in that lower semifinal.
And we have our Nightmare Eclipse X Zocorp versus Rebel Hearts for our second lower round match of the evening. We're going to go ahead, send it to a break, get the players in the lobby, and we'll come back to you with some more Calling All Heroes summer season. We are so ready to jump in to game number 2 of the evening. It's a great day for some Calling All Heroes summer season playoffs. We have Nightmare Eclipse x Z Corp taking on Rebel Hearts, each looking for their last chance to stay in this playoff bracket. And Jesse, this is quite an interesting matchup because there are question marks all over the place when it involves both of these teams. But what I can tell you, Nightmare Eclipse x Z Corp, they came into this as the #1 seed. Like, wow, that is incredible for all of these players to come up. Granted, a little bit of weird forfeits here and there, but considering we are in a ball meta and Eve is on this roster, I'm starting to see why this is possible.
Yeah, considering the meta we are in, it starts to make everything make a little bit more sense, right? We're gonna say Eve on the ball a lot unless it is banned. But then you got, some players who have been around the block for a long time, right? Mikmin, Nadokado, both have been around for a very long time. Both run Hivemind baddies. And this entire team is basically Hivemind baddies from the spring, right? Like, they have all the chemistry available to them. They've all been getting some great reps, especially, Mikmin. Over on In Control and Face of Masters, been getting some great reps over there. Nadokado as well on Hivemind. So this has been a team that's slowly been getting there with the experience, and this might be the tournament for them to finally break out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see, because the one team we haven't really seen them match up against, Rebel Hearts is one of them. In the Swiss stage, it's technically a win on Rebel Hearts' side, but it was because it was a DQ from Nightmare Eclipse. So another thing with Rebel Hearts, though, you look at this roster, and there's not a lot of names that we've necessarily seen before. Like, I'm pretty sure I dug through all of the history of Calling All Heroes that I have. This is the first time we're seeing Sei, Maple, and Jonno play at least at a playoffs level, potentially in Rising in the past. But to make it this far in the tournament, absolutely their first time. Blobfish has some experience on some rosters like Shikigami, AJMR. Of course, you'll know them from previously winning the 24-25 season. Like, there's names on this roster, but there's also a lot of new talent to go along with it, and I'm very excited to see where this team is going to go.
Yeah, like I said, Rebel Hearts are the giant question mark remaining in this bracket, because we really don't know where they're going to end up. And I think regardless of where they do, it's been a success this tournament, right? This is the first time you're on this type of stage, you're popping off this much. The Wrecking Ball ban, I wonder if they were looking at that last season like, hey, we're just gonna get rid of the ball. Like, we're not gonna mess with this at all. But that's the second ban. Actually, the first ban comes in here from Nightmare Zocorp. They will ban out the Freya. So probably wanting to go more of, again, that dive setup, wanting to go into maybe that double flex DPS or the Tracer Genji. But without the Wrecking Ball, it could make it a little bit more interesting, even though it's not like Eve can't play other heroes. The Winston for Eve is still fantastic. So I wonder if they're going to go in that slight pivot of a direction.
Yeah, I don't think it's too big a pivot. I've seen Eve play Winston. I've seen Eve play a tiny bit of D.Va. Expecting the Winston, though. This isn't too much of a concern for either of these teams. The Freya ban, too, kind of makes sense. We got to see in our last series how potent that particular hero can be when it comes to a lot of this poke comp. One thing I am kind of looking out for, though, is AJMR typically has taken up this like flex support sort of role. Is it going to be them on the Wuyong that we've been seeing all evening, or will that be more over on Jonno and AJMR's, like on this like Kiriko / Brig / we don't know what else kind of role? I feel like a support like Wuyong in AJMR's hands is a very scary thing to think about. So Rebel Hearts, it's kind of their big name card heading into this. See if anything ends up changing once we walk out onto the battlefield. Or, we could just lean away from the dive altogether, because there are several other heroes that have seen some significant changes in the last couple weeks.
Especially with the Season 18 patch, a lot of new perks going into the game, but a lot of just normal balance patch notes as well. So, yeah, this could get interesting. I didn't think Eve was going to stick it. As much as, the Hog would have been some funny gameplay. It'll be both of the Sims going over to the Tracer, but I mean, Maple on the Ashe and the Junker Queen here from Blobfish. We've seen the Junker Queen here and there, so it's not ridiculous to think she's on this, but not exactly where I expected to see this, I won't lie.
Not entirely. I'm definitely with you on that, but for now, I kind of like it. Junker Queen is a pretty strong tank. As of now, if you have to think about the more brawly side, I don't think we've seen her as much in OWCS just because the team's favoring Zarya. JQ, not a very fun matchup into that hero. Eve is deep into the backline here, just harassing Rebel Heart's Kiriko, which will end up taking him down. Not entirely sure who that is. I want to say that's AJMR.
I think it's AJMR just changing names.
Yes, AJMR, different name, different story than we're used to seeing. Eve on the dive comp a lot faster. Blobfish just was nowhere near the fight.
No, Blobfish was like trying to play the counter dive, but it's so slow on the JQ. You have to use your commanding shout for mobility instead of actually trying to play aggressive with it. And that'll force Blobfish. She will go over to the D.Va now. So again, a little bit easier to play that counter dive. And now they can also put a lot more pressure here onto Navia, who is just chilling here up on the high ground. Honestly, no pressure whatsoever so far. And yeah, Nadokado just playing a dangerous game, but so far haven't been punished.
Okay, I'm laughing at my own jokes. Anyways, I do like this D.Va swap. It's a lot faster. Unfortunately, you cannot quite peel for your own Ana. D.Va's already out of the mech, and yeah, Jono showing how lethal this Wuyong can be at a range. Just snagged Crumb with a giant water ball to the face, and yeah, Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, showing why this is the Winston territory of Helios.
Yeah, it's just Winston all day. And you know, like those orbs, it's like those new era Nerf ball bullets. Like, it wasn't my generation, but those
things hurt.
Those things hurt, man. And so does Wuyong, man. Like, that's what it reminded me of initially. A little bit of point pressure early there from Sei. They have the pulse bomb available if they can find it, but now they're dead. And at this point, AJMR has to fight for their own life in the back.
It is real. Oh, wait, perfectly
sleep.
timed sleep onto Eve, because that not only takes away the mobility, but drains time off of that nano boost efficiency. Unfortunately, your tank was already out of the mech thanks to the pressure of the supports plus Mickman. And I mean, Eve's just sending it in there, knowing she has the primal rage to get out. Should she need another sleep start? It's for the best that they can to keep the Winston away from the team, but it's not simply enough. Nightmare Eclipse and Rebel Hearts trapped in their spawn rooms. 3% to go. Is a touch possible? No, the Tickle Cannon denies Sei the touch, and yeah, this is a swift run through of Helios so far.
Yeah, Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp just in the flow state right now. Eve just having the time of their life, jumping all over the place, wrecking some havoc. And now we go over to, I believe this is Ruins for round 2. And actually, I think I'm wrong. I think this is Lighthouse. Whoops.
We just played Lighthouse, so it's not. It's actually Well,
man, I need to go back to school maybe a little bit. But look at this. Only 2 deaths.
Whoa.
For Nightmare Zocorp. And that was just Navia and Crumb. Both DPS and Eve. 0 deaths on the board so far. And here we go. Yes, it will be Well. They're able to stick to the exact same dive. It's another one. It's the other one on this map. That very nice for Winston. Mabel does go over to the Cassidy. Trying to have a little bit of CC to deal with the dive, but it's going to need a lot more than that to try and take away from Eve and these diving DPS.
I mean, Cassidy can be very anti-Winton. Like, Evie can just pull up and get 6 bullets, fan the hammer straight into her face, which honestly might happen if you stray too close to Maple, or even if you don't. I mean, that was half of Evie's health lost, and she had to use the bubble there too, so that slows down the pace a lot. If it wasn't for Mickman getting that kill onto Sei, I'd say that honestly Rebel Hearts had an advantage in that cooldown game and could have had a push, but unfortunately wasn't able to use that window of opportunity for too long and forcing Rebel Hearts back towards spawns once again. Nightmare Eclipse get first tap.
And now they can really start to play aggressive. Navia playing a very dangerous game with the D.Va and Cassidy of Rebel Hearts, but is able to get out for the meantime. But now it's Eve up on the high ground, and it will be Eve down with Blobfish demeched.
Well, I mean, no one basically is a tank, so I guess you're even, unless Blobfish gets necked or Nadokado dies. Who is on the Gitch? I'm not used to seeing Nadokado on anything it's not hit scan. The baby D.Va got a kill. That's not supposed to happen. That's pretty cool. All right, Rebel Hearts, I see you. Go ahead and get the flip, and hopefully Blobfish a mech.
Yeah, Blobfish at least should be in mech by the time this next fight starts, so she won't be worrying too much. I will say it's a little bit more difficult for Nightmare Eclipse to try and dive into this composition. As Rebel Hearts, when they're pushing in, yes, you have so many different angles. It's hard to really put pressure on Navia when the rest of the team is playing so spread out. But now, if you're Nightmare Zocorp, you have to push into this Cassidy, who has the Deadeye available and is holding that flash for Eve and Nadokado on the dive. Mickman does have the pulse, though, to try and disrupt a little bit.
It was a Bionate on the Blobfish and force the space back. Oh my gosh, you're just running it down with a sound barrier. Not even a chance to react. I think the Nano Boost ended up getting thrown onto Eve. Lose all of that value entirely. Guarantee a remake for Blobfish and Rebel Hearts. That was an incredibly clean fight.
Just a beautiful 3-2-1 go setup, only having to use a few ultimates in the meantime, and you do pull out the Nano from Navia. Can't use it now onto Eve to build Primal or onto Nadokado for the Blade, and they're playing extremely aggressive with this Deadeye, but nobody's home.
Yeah, nobody's home on the point either. Whoever from Nightmare Eclipse, I'm assuming Mickman was contesting, decided to run off because Say came back. After a little stat, Dragon Blade though, Nadokado, Blobfish, finds herself on an island with no friends to help and no Tracer to do the same as Nadokado politely removes Say's head. Rebel Hearts on the back pedal here. Did guarantee themselves at least one fight territory and only ended up using Kitsune Rush, albeit a little late.
Yeah, a little late, and HMR is able to find one with it, but like you said, maybe a little bit later in the fight than you would have liked. And for Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, there's not a whole lot that they have to worry about going into this. Rebel Hearts, because of the aggressive fight before and that fight there, pulling out that Kitsune Rush, 0 ultimates going into this next fight. So you have Rally, Primal, Pulse, all the work with Nano might be built up before another Rebel Hearts ult as well. So yeah, it's the sweet spot right now for Nightmare Eclipse if they don't make a critical mistake.
Big asterisk on don't.
Yeah.
If you mess this up, it is on you, buddy. Instead, Eve decides to go, I'm angry now, and you're not allowed to be on the map, John. No, oh no. Goes sailing down to the desk, couldn't grasp onto the wall for your life, and amazing value out of a Primal Rage. Really difficult to do, but they did it to a T and forcing the rest of Rebel Hearts to reset.
Yeah, reset comes through. Still 0 ults available here for Rebel Hearts. Say will not get the wave respawn with the rest of the team, but out of everybody, it's not like it's really going to matter too much with the Tracer. But again, it's Nightmare Eclipse playing aggressive.
Pulse Bomb stuck on a Blobfish Peck that actually did a chunk of damage to AJMR. Eve there to tickle them down with no HP. Oh, Nightmare Eclipse, they're all over at this point. Jarno sent Navia into the pit. Fun way to close it off, although Rebel Hearts, you don't have stalling power. It's really only this Lucio and Jarno hovering around the plate with the amount of pressure that we see Say is under. Sound Barrier Pulse Bomb, not gonna make it unless Blobfish works a true miracle, as it is all the ninja. That's a quadruple heal in for Nadokado. Make it for 5. Come on, give it to her. Oh, that's just
there
me. There you go. 5K to close it out, and Nightmare Eclipse x Z-Corp looking confident on their dive comps.
Yeah, the dive comp here from Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, just absolutely fantastic. And Nadokado at the end, you might as well get a little bit of the ace and the play of the game for her on the Genji. But this is a very confident team here in Zocorp. This is actually it right here. A nice little pick off there on Ajano. Hello. Yeah, wow. Just the lineups, the presets, clean from the Genji. And that's exactly kind of what we thought was going to be the start here. Obviously, a lot of question marks around Rebel Hearts, who had some pretty impressive results in Swiss stage, but when you get to playoffs, the stress is a little bit more there, a lot more pressure, and it's the same kind of pressure this Hivine Baddies core now over on Nightmare Zocorp. They're used to it. They're used to these kind of runs, being in this kind of situation, and it definitely showed there on map 1.
I'm honestly shocked that it was Mickman that we saw on the Tracer and Nadokado on the Genji. I was expecting that to be the other way around, just because I'm so used to seeing Mickman on the Genji, and Nadokado like only plays hit scan, except that one burst that I remember her having a while back where she like one-tricked Mei for a tournament. Oh
my god,
but, yeah, like that was a while ago.
That was a time.
So, no, it's okay. There's a reason Nadokado went to hit scan, but apparently the Genji very much in her wheelhouse, and I'm very impressed with how this worked so far for the team. when we did see Rebel Hearts succeed, it was often because we saw the team actually executing with their tank when Blobfish was able to stay in the fight long enough. Unfortunately, it did look like there were a couple times where there was some miscommunication, or rather we get a little frazzled because there's like 4 players surrounding the back line and we don't know what to do. Blobfish is kind of off by herself, like, hey, where's my team? Sorry, we're kind of dead right now, can't pick up the phone. So it was a little tricky on that part of it, but I am hoping, because we did look better towards the end of the map, right? We saw a little bit more of that cohesion. It got closer. It is going to be more challenging going ahead when you look at the rest of the maps, because your mistakes outside of control tend to hurt a lot more.
Yeah, it's a lot more easily punished, especially if we go to, push during one of these second or third maps. Where, we saw it in the last series, where like one little mistake, especially on these very quick tempoed dive comps, it can mean all the difference. And also now, the ball ban is gone. A Wrecking Ball is here to stay the rest of this series, unless for whatever reason Zocorp Nightmare banned it out. But I would be very shocked if they took that piece away from their own arsenal. So this could be a rough spot here for Rebel Hearts, depending on where they decide to let us go. I wonder if they just go full rush, like, hey, can we go to a King's Row, right? Something like that, to where it's really hard to make that dive setup work. But even in that case, Winston and D.Va are not bad on most parts of King's Row, and you can just force that slight adaptation, but still keep the same dive format going. But instead, it'll be Suravasa, so taking away Atlas as a potential dive flashpoint. But now the question is, what do you ban to try and bring this back in your favor just a little bit more?
Suravasa is a very divey flashpoint. And granted, both of them are. You have Atlas here as well. Genji will be taken away. So they identified, hey, Nadokado is a problem, and Mikmin right alongside it. Both can play the hero, so a good choice on them. Lucio also gone off the court. I think they were a little upset with the amount of boops that John No got on those last 2 points. At least at the last point, I think I saw 2 go off the edge because of them. So fair enough. You want to take away the speed and some of that mobility, and potentially hope that will help your pacing continue. I am curious what Nadokado will go towards now, since that's away. Will we see her return to some of the hit scan we're more used to?
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see more of that hit scan look now from Nadokado. Because, it's not like, oh my god, this is like crazy that, she's playing Genji, but it's just not the look we typically see from her, especially in these games, to where like, and you have a Tracer player on your bench, right? Like, Mara is there if they need a Tracer specialist. Like, Mara is there. We saw a little bit from them actually last week on their game on stream. So I wonder at any point we see Mara get thrown into the mix. But for now, it's been Mikmin and Nadokado on the DPS for Zocorp Nightmare Eclipse. And we'll see here in just a moment if that is the case as well as we head into Flashpoint. Yes, Nadokado and Mikmin both in. More Booyang action like we anticipated, and there it is. Eve on the Wrecking Ball, trying to cause a little bit of chaos here for Nightmare Eclipse, as this will be, again, that Wrecking Ball Tracer duo that is just so deadly.
Nice. All right, so this is kind of what we're used to seeing from Nightmare Eclipse, and largely the reason they are the #1 seed for this tournament. However, this can go wrong if you let Blobfish just walk on your backlines. Like, see how far Crumb and Nivea are from this fight? This is about a safe distance from a Dunker Queen. You saw Blobfish pop up the corner? Oh no, we are backing up. Stay far away from that woman. She will knock you down and not think twice about it. Like, this is a big spacing thing. You're not going to have a support line for most of this fight for Nightmare Eclipse, and relying on the self-sustain of Eve and Beckman, getting health packs, kind of moving in and moving out without taking insane amounts of burst damage. The knife hoping to slow some of this momentum, but in fact just pushes it closer. Blobfish eventually finds the Sojourner and tries to go in, but Nadokado able to slide right back away. Rebel Hearts sticking on the objective and almost had it capped, except for Blobfish decided to get off the point to chase the Kiriko instead. So a little bit delayed on that point, but because Sei putting the work on the Tracer, everything is a-okay.
The JQ and the Wrecking Ball matchup isn't horrible here for Rebel Hearts. But you just have to play it like that, right? Just kind of, I don't want to say ignore the Wrecking Ball, but you just play the objective. It's really hard for Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp to really push on in. That's why now Eve will give up on the Wrecking Ball. They will go over to the Hazard it can be a little bit, you know, more brawly. Still, obviously, wanting to focus more on those dives with the jump and slash. Want to find one of those squishies to pick off early, but it's not like it's the worst case scenario if they have to fight Blobfish on point here for just a moment, and already Navia's gone.
Yeah, Maple and Safe doing their jobs here on this point. And remember, these are two kind of the unknown DPS that we're really not familiar with. And, I mean, Say and Maple definitely pulling their weight so far in this game, disrupting Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp on a lot of these engages they've been attempting. And it's basically final fight territory. You already have this Tidal Blast and a Pulse Bomb to throw, but they're kind of just taking their time. It will ideally be a leap from Eevee to get another contest going, but oh, Navia in a heap of trouble. Say had to call back for the rest of the DPS, but Maple knocked down out of the Deadeye. Uh-oh, even the block only lasts for so long. No people to realistically contest this point for Nightmare Eclipse. Blobfish standing there, intimidating with a Rampage. This one is going over to Rebel Heart.
Yeah, Rebel Hearts. Round 1 of Flashpoint goes their way. Even some staggers as well onto the supports of Zocorp. And what a great start here for Rebel Hearts after a pretty rough map 1. And the bands working out so far very much in their favor as they make their way over to the second Flashpoint. Obviously, that Lucio ban is going to be a little bit troublesome, right? It's going to take a lot longer on these rotations. We're probably going to see one less fight per Flashpoint because of the fact that the speed is just not there for either one of these teams. But the Rampage is here from Blob.
And hits on Nanakata, who Keely had that, or not Annihilation, that overclock out, so it takes the value away from it entirely. Blobfish killing 2 birds for 1 zone, and in fact, more than 3. And at that point, Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, just no answer to it, even at abusing that Kitsune rush, a rather rough turnaround for them.
Yeah, as soon as the cleanse get used early, Blobfish was like, all right, I'm just going in. Don't worry about it, guys. And just a beautiful fight there for Rebel Hearts as they take first cap. And now Rebel Hearts, again, this playstyle, you're trying to find somebody who's maybe a little out, whether it be the knife pull coming in from Blobfish. You can really focus on Eve's already having to use the downpour just to kind of stabilize this fight. No picks. I shouldn't say no picks, actually. Blobfish gets taken out.
The one thing Downpour does is force Blobfish away, and all of her cooldowns were gone, so Eevee free firing ground, 6 a couple cactus spikes in the backs of like 4 players. You know, it's still a little scrappy, all things considered. Nightmare Eclipse like Zocorp needs some much control.
Yeah, just going in, hey, Downpour isolates Blobfish, can't run away with Commanding Shout or do anything from that point. But no ultimates used there from Rebel Heart. So 4 going into this next fight for Zocorp. Nightmare, it is just the Tidal Blast from Crumb, which I wonder maybe, yeah, it'll go on to Mickman to try and finish off a squishy.
Ooh!
There it
I
is.
say Mickman just cooked Maple, but I think Mickman just drowned Maple under that water explosion. Very nice combo that we're kind of getting used to seeing more often here. Rebel Hearts, that's really all they need to pull out to kind of make this happen. There's a couple of other ults on the side, but if they can continue to get staggers like this, Jesse, I think this point's just going over to them.
It might. Some very low players here. A Blobfish will be able to get a pick off. Eve's still lingering, but also it's not like Eve is very high health either. And it will be Rebel Hearts. Second Flashpoint goes their way, 1 away from bringing us to 1 apiece.
Fancy schmancy, that's what we like to see. Bit of a scrappy one, but it feels kind of weird to see Rebel Hearts. Like, this is like night and day from that one.
Yeah, this is, admittedly, not the result I expected. Going into this map, it felt like it was all Nightmare Zocorp after map 1, and it was going to be a pretty familiar situation, even though Maple just dies there to the spike guard from Eve. It's been all Rebel Hearts so far here in Surabasa.
I think this change of pace, playing a bit slower on the ground key point is helpful. Unfortunately, we may have applied a bit of a cast curse because Crumb and Nadokado was using their poke damage to kind of punish this peeking in and out sort of play style. And yeah, all right, Nightmare Eclipse, they get the first cap. Ooh!
Oh,
nice
what a stick.
From Mickman, too. That was disgusting to look at.
Yeah, and HMR gets stuck over by the Flashpoint as well, so a little bit more of a stall here for Rebel Hearts. But yeah, beautiful stick from Mickman. Now Eclipse Zocorp playing pretty up close and personal, not letting Rebel Hearts really get set up, but they understand the rotations coming through. Spike Wall goes up, tries to separate Blob.
Eevee in a bit of pain. That Suzu's out. Wonderful timing from Blobfish. Had so much pressure onto the hazard that there was no choice but for Navia to pull that trigger early, knowing the Rampage was up. That's 2 fights in a row won just using that Rampage.
It has been absolutely massive so far from Rebel Hearts on these Rampages, just picking the perfect times to go in that haven't been super coordinated. It's been really hard for the opposition to really try and combat it. And now, yeah, 69% for Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp. Rebel Hearts starting their climb. And the ult advantage still, though, in favor of Rebel Hearts. It'll just be, again, this Tidal Blast from Crumb, as well as the overclock from Nadokado, which last time got completely shut out.
We'll have to see if that seems to repeat. Maple is no, this time Nadokado one to receive the type, not wanting to risk getting run down with the overclock this time around. Although it doesn't even trade, no tank available for Rebel Hearts, and therefore no bodies, just the point.
Yeah, even though they lose Crumb early, as Janna went in with their own Tidal Blast and takes out the opposing Wuyang, it was just actually Nadokado, again, a ton of upfront damage. Eve is able to finish up a lot of that early damage, and now 96% and counting. I'm not sure if a touch. Yeah, nobody touches from Rebel Hearts. The Deadeye goes to waste, and Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp stay alive here on Suravasa, even though it will be Rebel Hearts who win this fight.
I'm shocked they tried to commit to that just because of, you didn't really have a clear way to touch the point, but you go in anyways. You get a couple of kills afterwards, so some ult charge is exchanged, and yeah, I mean, Rebel Hearts, you'll go ahead and take it. They're already up 2. Well, if you can close out Gardens, this map is done.
Yeah, if you can close out Gardens, it is all wrapped up here as the rotations starting after a very messy end to the third flashpoint of this map. It ought to be just Rebel Hearts getting there as this point unlocks. No fight prior. The downpour available here from Eve. If they can touch, but they just can't get the touch in time, but they do force out the shouts.
Yeah, shout, downpour, lots of things layered together. All we can confirm is there's a storm going on in the Gardens. All the pretty flowers are mowed down, including the Kiriko players. Nadokado getting in as much as she can to apply this poke damage, but Blobfish and Say staying alive. Blobfish has almost no HP left to go. It's scrappy as it may be. Rebel Hearts still have the numbers and the health.
Yeah, numbers, health, and because of the fact they got that early capture, already halfway here on Flashpoint 4 and putting Zocorp and Nightmare Eclipse in a very awkward spot. They can't really play this as a 2-fight setup. They have to act like this is the final fight potentially of the map, and they get the early pick.
Well, Say's head is now just rolling around. That's not a pleasant sight to see if you're trying to look for a nice lovely stroll through a garden. Blobfish, though, will follow suit. Cactus also not belonging in this atmosphere. That's a weird turn for Rebel Hearts, considering how consistent they've been with entering these fights.
Yeah, well, once in a while, you gotta have something go wrong, right? Nothing's gonna be perfect. But Rebel Hearts, like you said, this map have been very clean on their entries, but that time around, just not able to really get set up, and the fight's done before it really even starts. And now Nadokado, again, with this overclock, you wonder if Rebel Hearts are gonna try and cancel it out like they did over on Flashpoint 1. Because last time this overclock did a lot of damage, but instead they're just gonna kind of chill out. Kitsune Rush used, but nobody wanted to peek Nadokado.
Battle of the Wits is insane, but there we go. Shiny button number 3 is pressed. The Susan times it out. That's 4, that's 5 ultimates now on the board, but the one that has been the decider so far has been that Rampage, but it doesn't seem to be the case this time. That has been 9 ultimates, people, in this fight alone, and Rebel Hearts are going to win that exchange.
They win the 5-4 ult exchanges. Wholly sustained for a lot of those, right? Both Tidal Blasts are used, trying to keep everybody up. And I don't know here. I think Eve was the only one to live, so maybe they get a last-second touch. Yeah, there will be one here, and this downpour could be the difference.
It kind of has to be.
Has to
Nightmare
be.
Eclipse not working on much. This is, you either win this point or the map is as good as done. But I mean, look how much pressure this Hazard is under. She's barely able to leap to safety. Nightmare Eclipse do end up getting the swap, but at the cost of Mickman's life. There's the downpour, locks up the Junker Queen, but she has so much to sustain behind her. And Maple is clicking heads like nobody's business. Blobfish pulls the bit into her own end as Maple continues to fire away at this Hazard. Rebel Hearts gonna go ahead and throw this right back around off the back of Maple and take us to a tied series.
They bring us to 1-1, and we have a series on our hands, everybody. And admittedly, going into this, you know, you and I were talking in the green room, this was the series we had the giant question mark around. Not a lot of history of Rebel Hearts, a lot of newer players. Obviously, AJMR's been around for a little bit and calling out heroes in other circuits, but this has really been a big question of where does this team actually sit? And Maple absolutely lighting it up there on the end on Cassidy, and now all of a sudden 1-1, the power of the map goes back into the favor of Nightmare Eclipse Zocor. But regardless, here we're guaranteed 4 maps to decide who makes it into the top 4.
We say Blobberfish. Why'd I say Blobberfish? Blobfish. Blobberfish is also cool, but Blobfish also likes her Junker Queen, and it works really well on that map. Jesse, you laughing is gonna make me start laughing, and then Nightmare's gonna be able to speak.
This is gonna go. It's gonna be a very quick snowball if this just goes into pure anarchy.
Yeah, this is adding on to the list of crazy things we said on broadcast. But more crazier things have happened. Like I think this turnaround too. We really got to see Maple and Say find themselves here. We didn't really get to talk about the DPS last map because there wasn't much to say, no pun intended. But I mean, Maple, especially there at the end, looked really good. Say was giving McMahon a run for their money. Like, this is the kind of stuff we want to see. Gotta keep it up going forwards.
We were talking about it earlier. Like, if they are going to pull this upset against Zocorp Nightmare Eclipse, they have to match it up with the DPS. Because, yeah, again, this is a team they're going against that's been together, granted, under a new name now, but have played together for a very long time. The chemistry is there. And one of the big things this team has really shined on is this DPS duo of Nanokado and Mickman, which even outside of calling out heroes has really grown and shined over these last few months, even since the end of the spring season. So now, as they go into the series, Rebel Hearts like, hey, if we can at least put a little more pressure on a Nanokado or a Mickman, try and like force them into a little bit of awkward situations, it opens up the door for so much more. And the Junker Queen looked fantastic from Blobfish, when it honestly makes me think, hey, is the Junker Queen ban of all things coming soon? I don't think it'll be here in map 3. I have a feeling it'll be more map 4, map 5, even if we get to a map 5. Map 3, I'm guessing it's going to pick a dive map. Be like, hey, try it. Like, try running JQ here. You're not going to have a great time.
They did try it on Ilios. It was not a good time.
It did not
was not
work.
a good time. Not a vibe at all. And that's kind of a good point, Jesse, is that this dive composition heavily favored Nightmare Eclipse.
Oh,
we go
yeah.
to a map, which there are a lot of those, mind you, in this pool that kind of forces you to go back to that angle. I do worry a bit more for how that synergy on Rebel Hearts is going to last. Last map, we saw Eevee connecting, or not Eevee, excuse me, Blobfish collecting plenty with Say and Maple on this DPS line. There wasn't these weird separations between her and the supports anymore, but when it was that dive comp against another dive, it was very, you could tell that there was some indecision going on about what should we be doing? Are we counter diving? Are we going in? Do we help our tank? Oh my god, I just want to live kind of things going on. And that's just kind of what happens in the chaos. So if you can keep it a comp that's like this, still fast-paced, but more grounded and I guess slightly more predictable, that's something that I think would favor the Rebel Hearts. Question is, are they going to be given the battlefield to do that just with how this map pool has been laid out?
The answer's probably not. Like, because we talked about at the very beginning of the show, this is a very dive-centric or dive-friendly map pool. Pretty much across the board, every single map type has a map that can at least be dive friendly. And obviously we saw it there in map 2, right? They pick Suravasa, so they take away Atlas as a possibility, which is more of a divey flashpoint, and they win it because it is more rush. They can force that rush style. The Hazard is okay against the Junker Queen, but you have to play it right, and they did, at least for one of those flashpoints. But from that point on, it was still a little tricky to actually find the value from the jump in slash play style. that comes with it. So now, again, Zocorp, Nightmare Eclipse, where do they want to go? I wonder if it's maybe like a watch point. Yeah, like if you go there, obviously the Jugger Queen,
Yeah.
useless, right? Like other than maybe like bits of second and third phase, it'd be absolutely useless.
Oh,
And
you
it will
called it.
be watch point Gibraltar. Hey, my guesses are right occasionally.
Yeah.
My win percentage is maybe like 15%.
I can agree
but
with
I'll
that.
take it.
I can agree with that. Maybe. I mean, that might be a little generous, but you know, wait, watch Gibraltar.
Well,
Hey, we got there. But you didn't fall for the bait of the Roadhog, so honestly, you gained some points back there. Looking at these bans, though, we're taking away Eevee's Winston, which is a very good decision, especially after how Ilios ended up panning out, as you can see by the big old 2-0 favoring Nightmare Eclipse. And the Wooyong will be taken away. And honestly, I wasn't really expecting Wooyong to be played here, because I'm so used to these on the Brig comps because of how much value that hero can get. And you can't really play Ana without a Brig. Wooyong simply doesn't have that same, what's this word? Personal bodyguard kind of power that Brig Ita does in a lot of instances. So I'm just smelling some classic, give me some Genji, some Tracer, maybe some hit scan on a Brig dive comp.
yeah, I'm guessing maybe whether it be Freya or we've even seen a little bit of Hanzo recently,
Oh, don't
which
mention that.
is
Not on this
very
no.
out of kind of left field. For whatever reason, I'm honestly not sure why we're seeing the Hanzo gameplay. I think even Freya and Soj, much more consistent picks on the hit scan. Even a Widowmaker, if you want to pull it out here, it's still one of the few
Yeah.
maps Widow can at least be played to a decent degree. But no, I think especially with that Winston ban, it does at least put Rebel Hearts in a decent position, as they won't have to deal with the Eve dive, and if the Wrecking Ball doesn't work, they'd have to go over to the Hazard, which is at least we just saw in that last map. They are pretty comfortable in trying to attack, but yeah, it will just be that Brig on a backline. I wonder if that was more just like, hey, we want to make sure this is exactly what it is, whether it be maybe they struggled against the Wuyang comps and scrims, or just unsure of how Rebel Hearts would play it here maybe. Just take it out of the equation, don't worry about it, and focus on their playstyle, and it will be Eve at least a start on the Hazard instead of the Wrecking Ball.
Okay. I don't hate it.
I don't hate
I'm
it.
okay with the Hazard. I think it's better than like into the Junker Queen per se. Now the Widowmaker from Maple. If she's gonna keep hitting shots like she did at the end of Saravasa, do this all day. You just don't have the same consistent damage output as you would from a Freya that Nadokado is currently keeping up on. With Maple making her presence aware, it's a little difficult now for Nightmare Eclipse to willingly poke their heads out as I say that. Lydia playing with fire. And my heart at that. Oh boy.
Oh, yeah. Eventually we're able to cross, but maybe a little bit. They just poke right back at it. No fear whatsoever from Nadokado. Not giving Maple the respect so far of these sightlines, and now the bot just kind of eerily pushed through here by Mickman, but now the fight really returns to the top. Maple is able to not land a shot quite yet. Nadokado actually lands one of those explosive shots onto the Widow, make them back up, and now all of a sudden, hello, and
Oh.
goodbye.
It's a fantastic cactus too. It separates Jono from AJ Amor there in the back line. Although Eve just separated herself from the rest of the team. Not sure why she wanted to do that. Because
Yeah.
no tank here. Nightmare Eclipse. I don't think they get this cap with Blobfish still here.
US Blobfish still here. They can get it close, but I don't think they'll be able to push it all the way through quite yet. Yeah, it's just Crumb acting as the tank by a point, but it's actually Navia who is the first one to fall, and that'll be a reset for Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp. But considering it's only a minute and a half and how long first phase can take on this map, not a horrible place to really start. Still got plenty of time to kind of chip away at this. Just try and find that one mistake. Little do they know, Jono's just sitting in that corner. And now they do, the cactus goes up, the Brig is isolated, and the Brig is down. What a beautiful play there from Nightmare Eclipse.
Eve has been taking some lessons in the art of May and applying that to Hazard there. So I really like to see that. The Nano boost onto Blobfish, who absolutely steamrolls Nadokado, whips back right back around. around and to take out Crumb too. I mean, there's just a lot being committed into this fight. Mikman, the stick here, I'd say there's more of a chance, but you just don't get anything from the downpour. No clear win con for this team. You're still down to support, so unless Mikman can find another Elim and do so soon, it seems that this fight is just as good as done. The only thing with any real health, actually, that's a lot of real health. Nano boost onto the hazard, D-Mac onto Blobfish. Self-destruct attempting to zone some space, but there's no tank to actually remech and continue to fight this one out. Nightmare Eclipse stabilizing behind the rally, and that's gonna be just about it. Say, the last one standing for Rebel Hearts, slapped across the face, and there you go. A 3.5 minute time bake for Nightmare Eclipse in the second quarter.
Just scrappy, scrappy, scrappy. Everybody just throwing in ults, trying to make a save. Nadokado matches the Widow now, able to find a little cheeky shot onto AHMR as well. But again, 3.5 minutes, decent timing, and a lot more importantly though, high ground and ship control before this fight even starts. Even, well, maybe not control quite yet though. Blobfish and Say are gonna have something to say about it, but the D-Mac is quite swift.
They actually just dangled Crumb as a carrot in front of Blobfish's nose, like, hey, come get me. I bet it looks super tasty. And then suddenly, Nightmare Eclipse have 4 players just pouncing on top of the poor D.Va. I mean, that was really well played, because now they actually have the control of the space.
Yeah, full control now in their favor. Nadokado almost lines up the headshot onto Rebel Hearts as they're just trying to set up. But this card almost all the way through second phase already. Nice little personal shield from Crumb. Sets up the pick from Nadokado.
It was very well played. Very well played. Apparently the bodyguard can go in both directions. Crumb just getting so much passive assists. If you didn't have more focus on the contesting of the payload, never mind. It's already gotten to the point. You have no team to actually do anything about it. And Nightmare Eclipse, they're on a full steamroll. Like, other than the occasional pick from Maple that we're seeing, Rebel Hearts, they're kind of just stumbling backwards.
Yeah, no way of stopping the snowball in his second phase. Blobfish now goes back onto the Junker Queen. Third phase, slightly less divey, you could argue, a little more straightforward, but still definitely a risk. A lot of high ground to be played around here, and now Nadokado pretty much has free reign with the exception of Say.
Kind of Lucio on this point. That seems like a one out of left field.
Yeah,
Not used
a little
to
bit of a
seeing
risk.
that. I mean, hey, John No might just feel like jumping on the Widowmaker, which it can be a fun hobby, or you actually can just sit with Say and help with kind of these little tracer duels that we'll see on the outskirts of the map. Mikman, you should all get really low there. Unfortunately, the downpour can't be shielded without in the defense matrix, so all the umbrellas were put away along with both the Ana and the Junker Queen of Rebel Hearts, sent 6 feet under. Nightmare Eclipse, and even though the composition changes, they can't be stopped.
Yeah, they really don't care at this point about the composition changes. They're still going to play the exact same way. They just have to play it a little bit slower, trying to see who is around and who can be dove on early. Nana goes on to Blobfish, but already stunned out as they're trying to make their way.
But that was a sleep onto Mikman too, so
Yeah.
AJMR buying this team a way back, potentially into this fight, because they're knocking on death's door right about now, or at least Eevee is, so you'll get one more stabilized fight, but in 2 minutes to hold, not the end of the world, but it's at least one ult cycle.
Yeah, one ult cycle that you at least have to start working through now. Impulse Bomb available for Say. More than likely, I wonder if it gets put onto Eve to force the spike guard for a little bit. That if they can find Crumb, draw up the Suzu. Maple tries to line up the shot, but instead as a tracer, they have to deal with now, and Mikman finds the opener.
Yeah, Maple can't be sitting there when Mikman is on the hunt. Nightmare Eclipse found their step real quick after that. Rebel Hearts, unfortunately, not enough time to build up the ultimates on their new composition because of all the swaps, and fall victim to the Kitsune Rush. Minute 32 on the clock for Nightmare Eclipse. This is a pretty tall catastrophe for Rebel Hearts, considering how difficult Gibraltar can be to complete.
Yeah, you normally would see this time and like, hey, 132, it's not bad whatsoever. And then you see its watch point, it's like, well, that could actually be pretty tricky. Because normally teams are finishing usually 30 seconds or less, usually in overtime, by the time, if they even get to this point of the map. So definitely a tall order here for Rebel Hearts going into their attack. And, the in-control standout of Mikman just all over the place. It was Nadokado who was taking over the lobby on Ilios, but it really has been Mikmin so far here in a map 3 to try and take the 2-1 advantage. Going into map 4, as yeah, they want to stick this Hazard composition. Why not? Eve's been playing great so far on the Haz, and it's not like, Via and Crumb, yes, each of them have had, their moments of getting dove, but both of them has been able to hold their own, and not too much of an issue there for that Brig on a backline. And Maple, again, both teams now actually starting on the Widow after Natakado initially thinking she can maybe run the Freya, but I think the Widow, especially when you're going against a D.Va, yes, they have to deal more with Eve, which lets you have more of a focus on that 1v1 with Maple.
It diverts a lot more of the attention, and it buys like passive space, because you don't really want to risk being a Widowmaker on either one of these teams. So Natakado and Maple there to kind of just passively, psychologically toy with each other. That's enough of a threat on its own, even if you're not getting these picks everywhere. Maple, all things considered, has gotten quite a few pickoffs. Granted, not at times that have been super relevant to Rebel Hearts, but it's been enough to show that shots can happen. We had Bio Nade on both AJMR and Blobfish, and just not too much to follow up on it. Recall out of Mikmin. It's that classic, the Tracers battle over the cart while the rest of the team attempts to just kind of jostle for high ground.
Yeah, just a normal tussle, like you said, by the point. Both Widows not really able to line up anything substantial so far, which is allowing Rebel Hearts just to make us ever so slow progress here on the point. Eventually, it's Mikmin trying to find the pick. Not able to so far, though. Recall forced. Now it's Natakado, actually, having to deal with a whole bunch of visitors.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not looking good. No, wait. Say lives on that. The defense matrix comes in key. Ooh, and Crumb, a couple of armor packs certainly didn't hurt in that situation. Say, you could tell, like, it just slipped right through her fingers. She's got to be frustrated by that, and you just lose so much presence because of it. Blobfish is down as well, and Rebel Hearts, they had a foothold there, and it just completely fell out from under them.
Yeah, just completely falls away, and now Maple stuck in an awkward spot by Eve. Not gonna try and force it too much. Just try and walk away, make sure nobody is getting staggered out. But because of the nature of the fight, nobody really has an ultimate here for Rebel Hearts, except for the Infrasight, which, yes, it allows you to see where Nightmare Eclipse are holding up, but not a whole lot else. On the other side, though, ults galore soon. I want to receive that downpour pulse bomb combo here in just a few moments.
Yeah, get it, but I mean, the defense matrix is too good. It's basically 5 seconds of nope, you shall not shoot here. Yeah, it keeps everybody nice and healthy. That storm, Nano Boost on the Eve expires shortly after, but actually, never mind. That's the Nano Boost from the other team. Now we get to see a Nano Boost on the Blobfish. Looking for the Tracer, but everyone's kind of run away. There's a calm to sleep on the Crumb. That's where you saw Blobfish just kind of go over, but Nibble already had the one shot under lock. Didn't need all of that extra health. On stick onto Eevee, and Rebel Hearts straight back into this fight and get the point capture off of this.
Well, at least they should. I would say they should get it here. Yeah, especially considering it was Mikmin who will get the last spawn. Yeah, Eve, Natakado will spawn late. About 3.5 minutes, same time roughly that Nightmare Eclipse Zelcorp had going into their second half push. It will be the same, but slightly better positioning early for Nightmare Eclipse. I say that those Crumb just gets deleted.
Dude, Crumb just got run over by a freight train and is falling the same suit as her fallen support. Oh, that's tough. That's tough, buddy. Wow, Blobfish is on a tear right now. Eventually gets C-Mac, has a nuke to go ahead and drop it. All right, Rebel Hearts have not taken their foot off the gas.
They just roll it over, and just like Nightmare Eclipse, they will just have a very easy first fight of second phase. And yes, rally available here for Crumb. Try and let them in, and now Maple out of the equation will allow a little bit of a less stressful entry here onto site.
Ew, what is that quick? Okay, not Okado.
Hello.
That was clean. Gets a second with the SMG, of all things. All right, I like this. Close range, let's make it possible.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Not Okado can do it.
Yeah, but the random, plat widows in my ranked games, I really don't need them to think the aggro Widow style is the way to go. But with that fight though, Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, they get full ship control, puts Nadokado in a brilliant position here for her to just have just a ton of first pick potential. It'll be up to Maple to try maybe find one early on, but it's really hard to figure out A, where Nadokado is, but also actually get the shot when you have Eve right in your face.
Oh, never mind. She's taking a nap and went off the side of the ledge while you're at it. Now that is a very valuable pick from Maple. We've seen to be a kind of a ego check Maple quite a few times throughout this point. And the defense crumbling apart. Maple again. Kind of find a hot streak here on this Widowmaker.
Yeah, was able to line up a few pulse bomb used. Not able to find anything that time from Mickman. There will be second phase captured here by Rebel Hearts. Just under 3 minutes to go. So there is several members who are just stuck in the old spawn, Molly. Nowhere to go.
No, they couldn't TP in time. Blobfish, that's just another 2 picks fed straight into her for ult. And you just keep going with this extra momentum, honestly.
Yeah, you take full advantage. Both supports gone momentarily for Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp. That lets you full corner control. No swaps so far. For the slight change, even though, yeah, the Junker Queen didn't really work last time, so don't blame Rebel Hearts necessarily for just sticking onto the D.Va for now. But 5 ults for them. Just the Infra side available, and here we go. Blobfish going nuts.
Choo-choo, here comes the Blobfish train. Goodbye, Navua. And yeah, we're still going. A little bit of pressure onto Nadokado. It isn't even trade. Oh my god, Nadokado threw all of the chaos of Blobfish just launching pellets at her face. Still manages to get a couple of Elans. These DPS for Nightmare Eclipse, they're making this winnable. In fact, they might just win the fight outright. Mickman claimed the lives of both supports throughout all of it.
Yeah, single-handedly, they're now Nadokado and Mickman saved that fight. That is unreal from the DPS duo. Nadokado is able to find one before she gets taken out. Mickman is able to find both supports, and it just shuts down the entire plan that Rebel Hearts had going in. And Blobfish, even though, yes, they've been fantastic using that new perk, also very wisely on the reduced spread. Nano goes on to Mickman and just deletes Maple.
Yeah, that's something. Okay, there you go. You just
Fight
gotta
over.
Send it on in there. Fight's done, and efficiently. At that, you like to take it.
Yeah, just nice, simple, clean fight there. Just the one ultimate onto Mickman to set up. You know, yes, Infrasight was used, but Infrasight, I think, is the least of Rebel Heart's worries. As Blobfish, again, has self-destruct more, has been using it to try and go back into these fights and stay in it rather than, you know, try to use it super aggressively. And this is gonna be really difficult because Nightmare Eclipse now have just all of these angles on lockdown, and you almost have to take 2 separate fights to break it down, and that's not a great start.
Yeah, Mickman is just like this pesky mosquito you're trying to swat away, but you're doing it with like teeny T-Rex arms. It's not working out at all. And Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, they're just getting these first picks, and there's just not much Rebel Hearts can do to even attempt to take space.
Not really. Rally will be used here as well, so this will just make it even harder for Rebel Hearts to find that opener unless they do find the stick, and that can open things up.
All right, Kablooey goes Crumb. What else can Say do in this specific battle? Not die to that, unlike Navia. That's a self-destruct launched straight into the air. Definitely went, ooh, shiny. Forgot that I die if I look at that too long. It is now overtime. Rebel Hearts, they have to make the most of the situation, and key point, Mickman still alive. They've been a key win condition so far on this defense, and ideally, they look to wrap it in here. Headshot from Maple. Just not enough charge to do it. Navia, though, re-peaks. Down goes the auto, looking for a second pick onto the brig. Almost no health, mainly for the support. Vive takes down the Widowmaker before anything too tragic can go ahead and happen to this team. Blobfish now shooting with all her might, attempting to take out the rest of these guys, and they'll eventually manage to get it there. 1 minute on the clock. Less than, or more than double that for Nightmare X Zocorp. This is going to be a tricky turnaround, but we actually get to see both teams have another shot at this attack.
That was a very nice adaptation there from Rebel Hearts, as realizing that the pace of play on their defense was just completely outside of their control. They lean more into Blobfish, setting up some of those pick-off opportunities for Say and Maple. And even though Maple, yes, isn't like egregiously carrying the lobby on Widow like we have seen in the past, from other Widowmakers. They're doing enough. They're just contesting Nadokado enough to allow Sei to get into those positions, whether it be to finish off Crumb, Navia, or Nadokado. But because of it only being 1 minute compared to the 2:32 of a Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, it will be Rebel Hearts starting first. And with it being this map of all maps, that minute and a half difference could be critical because it is so hard to push through this first phase. And we could very easily be in just a stall territory the first 30 seconds and then only one real fight before we hit OT.
But there's one thing we've learned about Gibraltar, like in general, but also specifically to these two teams. It's very snowbally. Like if you can
Very
actually get through
snowbally.
this first point, second point might as well not exist in a lot of ways. So if Rebel Hearts can make quick work of clearing this high ground, which they managed to do last time, just had a couple of small errors, like this very well could be a long push.
Yeah, if they can get the ball rolling early, we've seen teams just absolutely run it deep into second phase, even occasionally in a third. But Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, they know the situation. They know they don't need to force a fight early on. They can just basically make this a one-fight game, and especially with the pickup early on to Maple, still the fight going on by the Mega Health Pack, as yeah, it'll be Sei also stuck in a
SMG
rough
Widow!
spot, and
SMG
that
Widow.
will be the reset.
I'm just proud of Nadokado for grappling in there against the
Yeah.
Tracer. It was great. And honestly, securing that elim, you got 15 seconds now. Rebel Hearts to get in a position, and you're going to be tied down to this payload in one of the worst spots for attackers. You have a full ability to just jump on this high ground, put the supports in uncomfortable position. Maple, though, getting that elimination that Rebel Hearts really needed is onto the Widowmaker. And again, payload is where this fight needs to take place. All 5 players from Rebel Hearts are down here.
Yeah, compared to normally, you have a lot of high ground control. You're trying to play by server room. Everybody has to play by card just because of it being an overtime situation. And already, your long-range threat is gone.
You don't have angles, you don't have positioning. This is just an awful spot for Rebel Hearts to be in positionally. Nickman continues to harass the support. That's a stick onto the Ana, who somehow managed to live. I believe the Suzu was perfectly timed, but it's just not going to be enough. Nickman running amok as usual on this Tracer, and Rebel Hearts barely getting out from this little tunnel. It's a rough wind condition to take, but it's Watch Point Gibraltar. Anything can happen.
Yeah, with it being watch point, it can be done, but a 2.5 minute time bank just to go past the 65-meter mark. Yeah, it's a little daunting, I would say, for Rebel Hearts. As Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, when they went at this the first time, very quick through the first 95% of this phase of the map, and then struggled a little bit at the very end. But they won't even have to worry about that final corner. They basically just have to get cart through Archway. And if they do that, they will take the map and go to a 2-1 advantage, which is why Rebel Hearts may be worried a little bit more. And they will actually start Maple on the Cassidy, knowing that, hey, it's going to be more up close and personal. We're never really going to get into a position where that Widow is incredibly valuable because the fights are going to be so close, whether it be in servers or under the Archway.
Interesting. I mean, honestly, this kind of works out, especially if Nadokado is going to opt to go back to that Genji. You're just going to be miserable on the Widowmaker, considering how much pressure Maple was under before. So, just like a 5-head read here from Rebel Hearts, and being in a defense where you can't afford to lose a fight, this is probably the best situation Rebel Hearts could set themselves up in. Now it's just how they execute it.
Yeah, all these fun little theories like, hey, it could work, it's a nice adaptation. In theory, it all works. And execution is not always the case, especially when you lose your brig. So at 10 seconds in.
You can't do that, John. Oh, just got completely caught out with the cactus spikes to their back. Mickman, you're pushing this payload. There's a chance Rebel Hearts to regroup, but not a good one. You cannot afford to lose another player. And oh no, there goes AJMR. There goes Sei. This map just might be as good as done. Blobfish, the only relevant player really remaining into this fight, shortly demexed and dealt with. Yeah, this one is just done. Rebel Hearts, they had a chance, but it fell apart so fast. Nightmare Eclipse X Zocorp proving they're still better on these dive compositions, and I'll move up to a match point.
Even though, yeah, a little bit more of a fight back there from Rebel Hearts in the dive matchup, still, it is Zocorp and Nightmare Eclipse who are able to win it out and win their map pick, as this was as Yeah, gorgeous shot. This was when we were talking about, hey, they're getting dough and are still able to line up the shots early on. Like, that, oh my God. We don't get to see the end of that flick, but it's disgusting. Just take our word for it. Absolutely gross. But it is a 2-1 advantage now for Nightmare Eclipse, Zocorp, and for Rebel Hearts, they need to win their map pick. And then after that, also win the map pick of Zocorp. It gets a little tricky from this point on. But I think that map at least showed that it is possible even in a dive 1v1.
Yeah, it's more possible, but I still like to look at the Junker Queen better.
Oh, way
The nice
better.
part is you still have one brawl-ish map. I'm assuming you pick something you can play the Junker Queen on next, and you protect ban it in an ideal world.
JQ. You have to.
Yeah, that feels like the best direction to me. Is that necessarily what they're thinking? I wouldn't hate it if we went to another dive map because that didn't look bad. But I also think that was because Maple really found some rhythm on that Widowmaker. The issue for me was Mickman's Tracer. I don't think that was being contested very well. Or Mickman had so much more space, the angles that they were taking, and the amount of value they were able to grab from it, just kind of like jumping from the high ground and surprising some poor support player who just happened to be waltzing around below. Like, that's just not how you really want to end up playing against. So if you do have the choice to go back to that Junker Queen, that's an avenue I really hope Rebel Hearts are going to explore again.
Yeah, I do think there's a pretty good chance that Rebel Hearts try and go down that road once more. Because, yeah, it's not like it necessarily didn't work out very well, but like I said, the Tracer for Z-Corp just ran wild. So it'll be a little bit more. Say was more focusing on trying to pressure the backline rather than trying to focus on the Tracer duel. And it just didn't work out that time. But we're going to go on a quick break here before map 4. We'll be right back to see if Rebel Hearts can push us to a map 5.
We are 3 maps into our second lower bracket matchup of the evening. Both teams attempting to fight for their lives. One have to fight a little harder. The Rebel Hearts are down and beaten here when it's come to these dive comps. Now 0 for 2. But the map pick in their favor, Jesse. Will they opt to bring out this Junker Queen and this cast close range comp that they found so much more success on before? One should hope, given how past circumstances have played out, because one more loss here for the Rebel Hearts, they are as good as done.
Yeah, you would think they're at least trying to go back to a Rush style, whether it be the Junker Queen or, you know, maybe even like a Zarya being played. And yeah, that's exactly what it is. Kings Row
Yes!
is our map 4. That means if needed, map 5 will be push, which could go either way. I'd say it's more map dependent on the dive versus Rush playstyle.
Well,
Well, this is definitely Rush. And there is the Hazard as well, taking away the closest equivalent that Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp would have. But they have an answer of their own in being the Cassidy. So yes, the Protect ban works for Rebel Hearts, but they do lose another key piece of that comp.
the Hazard, I think, is a great pick for being a sort of hybrid dive slash brawl esque, and is really good on this map. So taking this away from a team that has really only played Winston, which I do not recommend going against this Junker Queen at all.
No.
It's going to force something entirely new out of Nightmare Eclipse X Z Corp. The cast going away, we did see how good Syrup was kind of finding some rhythm on that previously. Not going to have the chance, or not Syrup. I was thinking Syrup because Maple, but it's not Syrup. It's Maple. Maple Syrup, same thing. It's really good, by the way. Although I do not think Maple's Canadian. No, Maple's not Canadian.
Maple
I'm
is
thinking
not
of Jono.
Canadian.
Jono is Canadian. I knew there was one Canadian player on that team, so I don't know. Besides the point, though, Kings Row, this is the brawl map that we wanted. That dive comfort pick is gone, and it's going to force Evie. I wonder if she pulls out her Junker Queen. This is something that we've seen her play before, too.
Yeah, it's not like it's the worst idea here, and I think especially with the Cassidy gone, it does open up a few more different play styles to go with the Junker Queen instead of being so CC focused. I'm gonna wait on Nightmare. I'm just gonna wait on that. That could be a whole lot of things. But Rebel Hearts, yeah, this is exactly what we thought. The JQ with the Lucio Kiri trying to play incredibly quick.
Oh,
And that's a lobby.
hi, Lobby!
And
Oh,
now we're
bye, Lobby.
Bye, Lobby. Maple hadn't picked anybody yet, so I wonder if Maple was having an issue.
It's because I called him Syrup, and I'm sorry. I think Maple felt offended by that, being compared to Syrup. Sorry, you can come back now.
It's all Tiny's fault. How dare you?
I'm sorry.
But no, I think this is still fine. Honestly, for both teams. Like for Maple, she can easily pivot to something else, whether it be, hey, you go the Freya or the Soj, or maybe even the Mei. The Mei can be a little tricky with the JQ, but it's not on this map. It's doable. Like there's so many iconic wall placements that you can play around. It can definitely work for Maple, but we'll have to wait and see if that's actually the case. Because yeah, that Cassidy going away was one of the big things that Maple was able to do in map 2 to help lead Rebel Hearts to that win. So you're taking away a big piece. But you also look at it this way: if you win this map, can't ban it out on map 5, gives you that possibility later on. But you got to make sure first they even get to that push in map 5.
Yeah, well, the good news is we get to start map 4 now. I'm assuming that's what that change of graphic means, unless I am being severely baited, which I am not. Maple has accepted my formal apology, and we will resume with our Kings Row map. Still Blobfish on that Junker Queen. Sojourn Tracer, I like it. It's still that kind of consistent damage output. Maple has a lot more access to not only get away if Nightmare Eclipse decide to run a dive composition, but these charged rail shots can be difficult to move around with, and just have a lot of that range pressure. Nightmare Eclipse Exocorp, I think the Winston's great for this first point. Moving forwards in the map, I think it's something to be looked at again. But again, that all depends on how well can Rebel Hearts kind of kite away from this kind of just full-on dive that Nightmare Eclipse are going to put out.
Yes, it will be the Winston and not the Wrecking Ball that we maybe initially were getting teased by Nightmare Eclipse
What a
Zocorp,
Lucio.
maybe later on. But Mickman, again, like you said, it's going to be how can they deal with this dive. Obviously, Blobfish can only do so much. So it's going to be how quickly can Maple get away and how quickly can the supports support each other. But instead, it's actually Blobfish getting jumped on early.
No, Blobfish just got dipped by the stairs. I've been there, buddy. I've been there. Oh, that's a sad day
Yikes.
for Rebel Hearts to start off that point. And the Nightmare Eclipse, it was kind of given they got high ground control, but deciding to counter dive back onto Blobfish was a fantastic choice. Not sure what Mickman was trying to pull there, but we're back into the action. Never mind, Mickman is gone.
Out of the action.
Here we go, punch to the dome. My bad. A Nightmare Eclipse, though, should be able to stabilize this well enough. It's going to be a bit until Blobfish is able to do much efficient
I
work.
don't know.
Yoink. Actually, wait, now they denied Eevee's jumps to safety. Because these spawns are so far away, I do fear for their safety. Yeah, okay, Blobfish. This is an anti-air Junker Queen. I'm here for it.
Yeah, getting the air defense out. And what a nice little knife as well to drag Eevee back into the fray and just cancel out the fight. Yes, you get a tick, but only the one. If you are a Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, which considering how that fight started, I'd honestly say that's kind of a disappointment because that was just a brilliant save from Rebel Hearts, and because of that, Pulse Bomb almost alive, but Maple, not so much.
Yeah. There's not really much you can do against the Pharah. Mickman, I'd say top 3 heroes, Tracer, Genji, and then Defara is on that list as well. So pulling this out here, knowing there's no real counter, and casually picks up 3. Not sure why they decided to fight a Kiriko in a small room where it's harder to
Not
miss
advised.
the shots than hit them. But you take what you can get. Nightmare Eclipse Exocorp will go ahead and snag its first point with 4.5 minutes.
Well, knowing my luck, if I was that Kiriko, I'd whiff everything. Like, so.
You probably would.
Yeah.
I've seen
yeah.
it.
No, I know. Oh, trust me, I know. There's a reason why you carry me in a lot of the games. But now for Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, they can still use the high ground around. It's a little bit more difficult, pretty straight on during the majority of Streets phase. And actually, there the rush goes in and
was
is
so
able to fight
weird.
Blob. That was very weird.
Yeah, and Mickman just pulled out like 3 dashes I didn't even know Pharah had because of the boop, because of the knife, and then there was just rockets raining from above. Besides all that point, though, Rebel Hearts have the numbers in this situation, and because their spawns aren't like 5 light years away, they're okay to just kind of continue walking around, doing what they need to. Not sure if I agree with the Primal Rage being used, just because you were kind of in charge of that fight anyways, but I guess in Eevee's eyes, staying alive here is just more important than having to worry about getting space.
Yeah, because if you die there, then it's hard. I mean, it's very easy for Rebel Hearts to kind of push your back line, force your team off the car. But now instead, Blade beat answered.
Blade beat Rampage, actually, so the beats deny both the 2 damaging ultimates in that fight. It's actually the first time Blobfish used that ultimate and has lost, or rather not lost, but it ended in a neutral, so if Rebel Hearts, we'll give Blobfish a half point. You can do that. Okay, just go ahead, chuck a couple pellets and Cat. Goodbye to the Genji. Maple chasing the Winston down to small quarter, and Eevee wishes she had that Primal Rage right about now. Rest of the team, though, gonna be go ahead and dealt with, except the Pharah, because what do you do with the shot against the Pharaoh's last back?
Just a lot of effort for very little damage onto Mickman. Yeah, it's not the worst case scenario. As long as you can keep Mickman at bay, that's about all you can really do if you're Blobfish. But they gotta make sure they stay alive here. She is very low. Commanding shot having to be used defensively, and cleanse gone.
Yeah, we've usually seen these fights decided by who uses cleanse first, and in this case, Rebel Hearts use it. Guess what? Goodbye the entirety of their team. Nice couple of rockets there too. Out of Mickman, this Pharah remains uncontested, and it's still a really strong pick in this current stage of Overwatch, especially if you're not in a point where you can ignore, which King's Row far from it. 3.5 minutes to the final point of King's Row.
Yeah, a lot of architecture you can play around if you're Mickman right now. Is they can just kind of fly around, hide behind some of these buildings, almost has the barrage ready to go. So if they can pull up maybe an early cleanse from AJMR, then it could open up an opportunity here. But instead, it's the rush from AJMR, and that'll just shut down any possibility of that fight.
Oh, the Susan, it was good timing. Unfortunately, it only lasts for like a second and not the 3 you needed to get Maple's charge rail headshot away from Navia's head. He'll be barrage committed here. Second, Suzu. That one is fantastic. Mikmin actually manages to keep their life there. So Nightmare Eclipse very much are in this. The cooldowns of Rebel Hearts, it's kind of drained and beaten. They're banking on this sound barrier from Jonno to get up in time, which it barely does. Hits the floor just as Eve goes wild. Incredible Rage going back to point, attempting to clear the Junker Queen from the backline. Lobster so close to another Rampage, but I don't know if she'll need it if she keeps going on a tear like she has been. AJMR going down, starting to look a little sticky. Crumb sees the win condition and wants to make it happen, but the Rampage, it was available the whole time. Cleanse, though, it wasn't accounted for. Rebel Hearts now have no supports and are still attempting to hold this corner.
Nightmare Eclipse Zucker have to wait a tiny bit because Eve was around the corner and did not get the sound barrier. Cheeky Boop attempted, but now Nadokado in a tough spot has to pull Blade.
No, Glove-Fishes have been put on the chopping block, and Nadokado. Actually, she'll end up getting. I thought she was for sure going to get reset, but yeah, didn't have a dash for that one. Nightmare Eclipse, though, regardless of that fact, lose Eevee to a disruptor shot. Not too thrilled about that, not having a tank in this situation. Eventually, Nadokado decided to take over that role as a very squishy ninja. Maple looking to snowball that advantage, or rather force Nightmare Eclipse back, daring anyone to peek their heads out. Eventually ups away from that challenge once the Queen has returned, and Blobfish is a new tank for the team. Oh.
Yeah, decide like, hey, it's just not worth it. It's not worth trying to get something else with this overclock. You stopped the bleeding for now, and that's all you can really ask. Deflect already out from Nadokado, but Navia will lead the team in with the rush.
Can they get into her with this rush? Eevee, and that's Suzu, all out of Nightmare Eclipse just to keep the tank alive. Pulse Bomb's there for stay. I mean, this is a good opportunity for her to see if she can get something going with it. Looking for the backline, spots the Lucio on the wall, but doesn't risk the stick. There's the Suzu, down for a second time. Shirley comes out, but no. Between the rocket and the secondary fire from Eevee, the Tracer has been deleted from the game. Just the barrage, a couple of fireworks, signaling the celebration of a likely map completion. Rebel Hearts do not get another context. They couldn't pop any of their ults here. They're gonna try to get through, but they body block from Eevee. It's huge, but it can only deny John for so long. You just don't have the numbers. You don't have the sustain. Keep this one going. Hope was to get it down to 0, but you're gonna have to settle for 26 seconds. Nightmare Eclipse, pull it through.
At least some time remaining here for Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, which we'll have to wait and see if that does become a critical factor later on. But some nice adaptations there from both sides, actually. Rebel Hearts late on there, trying to deny Eve a little bit, making it a little bit harder for them to really have those aggressive angles. Even the Primal Rages didn't get a whole lot done. But it's still at the end. This DPS duo of Nadokado Mikmin continues to just be the pain in the side of Rebel Hearts. And even though, yes, Mikmin had some great pickoffs there, Nadokado, the fact that she is able to keep such consistent damage, because everyone's going to be looking at the Pharah, because especially Maple, yes, there's only so much they can really do on the Soj. It can be a little difficult to shoot the Pharah out of the sky. You almost have to save your alternate shot for the Pharah. Like, the primary shots, it's a little bit risky. You're going to hit some, but not as much as you need. So that really allowed Nadokado to really expand and not have as much pressure from the opposing hit scan and just let her take over the lobby. It'll just be this Winston dive once again on the defense, but the Pharah nowhere to be seen for the moment. Nadokado will start this time on the Genji, and Mikmin doing the little salt emote to see around the corner. Love the little bit of cheekiness here.
I feel like that is like some secondary meaning. It's like salt in the wound, or it's just feeling salty today. I don't know. But,
I don't know.
That's kind of cool. I like it. It's an interesting way to get some peeks off and know that Maple is still sitting on that corner. Eventually, though, oh no, the health pack is gone. Mikmin, no blinks, and you'll have to settle for a mega health pack. Maple had enough of the sniper, and okay, just goes to another sniper that's slightly closer range. Oh, never mind. We're changing again. Back to the Sojourn. All right. Say, though, already took care of Mikmin by this time it's happened. Essentially 4v5, so even more impressive at that. I would say that, and if Say just didn't get 4 Lucio circle donut things, I don't know what those are called. So the Dome and Nightmare Eclipse successfully enacted a counter dive. They end up giving about a tick, maybe a second one here. It doesn't seem like Hellcroft really order for them to get that second, but yeah, there you go. Rebel Hearts, slight of a back, waiting for the rest of the team to come in.
Yeah, again, very similar actually to the Nightmare Eclipse first attack here, getting a tick. Then just having to back on out due to the reinforcements arriving from the defense. But now Blobfish, she will just use the commanding shout to rotate over to the high ground, but they still lose Maple in the transition, and they're so split.
Speaking of split, John, though, where are you going, buddy? They were on an island for the most of that fight, and Eevee actually playing less of like an attack Winston and more of a defense Winston, which is not something we see often, but it's working shockingly well.
Yeah, you would think it wouldn't work that well going into this, but they've really kind of forced Rebel Hearts' hand here. Rebel Hearts, that time, they try and make their way over to high ground. They're not able to because the backline gets completely cut off, and then that leaves Blobfish in a horrific position. She really can't do a whole lot other than kind of just die. Only 60% halfway through this time bank.
Ooh.
Something's got to give here for Rebel Hearts.
I think it's gonna be this pulse bomb from Say, and oh my goodness, it does exactly that. Pulse support's obliterated in the blink of an eye. Rebel Hearts, that's the opening you were looking for. Now time to climb through the window and get the job done. Nightmare Eclipse, still Eevee and Nauticato. Round the point, Dragon Blade in hand, but I really hope you don't see it, especially since Primal is already out. There's not a clear win condition for Nightmare Eclipse to try to get this done with your tanks off the point. Nauticato thinks that she sees an opportunity with AJMR dead for half. You can go for it, but you can't go Rampage. No way! Rebel Hearts are turning, it's just turning around on their head. Say did everything she possibly could to get Rebel Hearts set up, and it's just gone in the blink of an eye because of Eevee and Nauticato.
Oh, the Primal Rage just stalls it long enough, and Nauticato, with the insane ult cancellation on the Blobfish, she shuts down everything that Rebel Hearts are trying to build to. Yes, they still have both support ults in their back pocket, but so do Nightmare Eclipse.
Worst case scenario, last fight, the Rebel Hearts looking to shake it off, but they can't. Navia in the backline following Eevee on her dives. There's just nothing left to be said here. Sound barriers exchanged on either way, and until Maple gets back with this overclock, which won't happen for another couple of seconds, and the rest of Rebel Hearts, they're deep into enemy territory. They've essentially flipped the map at this point. They do manage to grab Crumb from a slight overextension. Navia attempting to get the rest to save Nauticato, but both the Suzu and the healing burst into going wide. Nightmare Eclipse, they're fighting scrappy for this point because Rebel Hearts, they said full steam ahead, we're not stopping, and eventually a point will be theirs, but wow, did that take a while.
It took a very long time, and even just maybe a little bit of luck going in the favor of Rebel Hearts. That Suzu from the Via just missed Nauticato. Maybe that turns everything around, but now Rebel Hearts got a new challenge, but somewhat familiar. Mickman goes back over to the Pharah, so a lot more pressure now onto Maple to line up the shots, maybe even using that overclock to just solo ult Mickman, take them out of the fray before they can maybe swap to a hit scan more suitable to taking out the Pharah.
It might help. I mean, overclock, you're essentially like a full hit scan for like 5 seconds if that's activated. That's something. Not going to be enough permanently, though, to stop the Pharah, especially if Mickman just decides to make Maple's head a helicopter landing pad. Nightmare Eclipse, they just have full control of this. Pharah is incredibly strong on this point because how you can just hover over these rooftops. You have the alleys to weave in and out. Nobody can lock them down. So Rebel Hearts, they got to turn their sights towards the ground before they lose all of their health to the Pharah. That's one going the way of Maple, but I believe that was deflect actually up the ult onto Blobfish, and that's a rather rough turnaround. Maple looking to even it out without a tank. I mean, Nightmare Eclipse surely just re-engage fast.
Yeah, I think Rebel Hearts will just, they're going to try and push a little bit, but now maybe that a little bit turns into a lot more. It's just the tank and supports left for Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp. They will actually be the team that is forced to reset here, giving way more space up than initially expected here to Rebel Hearts. Eevee stuck in the back. Say communicates that to the team, but they have the Primal anyway to get out.
We can Kitsune Rush. Rebel Hearts wanting to snowball at this point to its end, given there's only a minute left. Nauticato slicing at Mark 10. My goodness, eventually manages to cut through Blobfish's massive health bar. The Rebel Hearts, I mean, that's about all they're going to manage to get. Those full support ults for a lost fight. That is a rather tricky situation to be in, especially considering you only have one more shot.
Yeah, one fight remaining here for Rebel Hearts to keep their dreams alive here in Calling Our Heroes summer season. And like I said, way more difficult now that you don't have either support ultimate available. Sei has the Pulse Bomb, will be looking for, and will the Rampage as well from Blobfish. But Sound Barrier could shut both of those down, and Mickman could shut it down before it even starts, but instead it's Nadokado again!
Nadokado on this Genji has just been going bonkers in this game. Rampage from Blobfish, but the Suzu's still on the table. Barrage from above, nothing left to be said. You do take care of Trumps. The Sound Barrier is gone, but you need to get a touch first. Sei going for it, attempting to keep this team's hopes alive. Will manage to get a pinky toe there, but it's not going to matter. The team kill is going to strike, and Nightmare Eclipse ExoCorp end the Rebel Hearts journey, and will move on in this tournament.
They move on, guaranteed top 4 for Nightmare Eclipse ExoCorp. And they will take on Avidity next week in that lower semifinal. And honestly, I gotta give credit when credit's due to Rebel Hearts. They played it close, they showed us some great looks, and for a roster that a lot of question marks, right, on what this roster is capable of, I think they showed they can definitely be a dark horse team at Champs if they are there to maybe make a little bit of a run. But for now, it's the more experienced team that makes their way to next week.
You know, they're now the Rebels in our own hearts, which is really good for, again, you said, we had a lot of unknowns about this team. Several players who it was their first time competing in this. It was, what, Jono and Sei and Maple that we haven't seen in, like, a hot minute. I think Sei might have played in Academy 101, but finished in, like, 16th. So, realistically, this is a massive step forward for this roster, finishing 5th and 6th and kind of pushing this run. So I'm very, it might potentially, we'd have to math it out, make them qualify for the championships, given the teams that are currently ahead. We'd have to math it out, because I'm not entirely sure, but the hope is there. Regardless of that fact, I love to continue to see new talent come in and attempt to surprise teams. But when you have the experience, when you have rosters that just stick together for so long, like that of Nightmare Eclipse ExoCorp roster, it's very difficult to push them off of their rhythm.
Yeah, especially when they get into that groove of to where Mickman and Nadokado seem just unstoppable. Eve is setting up a lot of these fights to where the DPS can clean up on some of these eliminations, and no, it was just fantastic from Nightmare Eclipse ExoCorp. It's exactly the type of play style that got them here to this point, gave them the #1 overall seed. And yes, even though they lost to Exo Sakura last week, looking for potentially revenge later on in the tournament, but they have to now beat the reigning spring champions in Avidity to try and make that top 3. But already a guaranteed grand in their favor. So already, you know, a pretty decent prize pool going their way. But obviously a lot more they'll be looking forward to next week.
You gotta look for the rainbows over the clouds there, and you'll certainly find it if you don't look at Avidity to be your next opponent. Will be certainly a toughie as we go ahead, especially considering that was an 0-3 loss in their previous encounter. Yeah, you know what? There's always a second chance. The lower bracket does bring out the best in a lot of our teams, and, you know, it's already an achievement to continue these runs, and it makes us consider how much this roster is going to be a contender going ahead for the remainder of our Calling All Heroes season. And, you know, I am kind of interested, too, because we didn't get to see a ton of Eevee Ball today. Like, do we get that against Avidity? Like, do we get a Wrecking Ball versus Wrecking Ball kind of match? Like, I'd be really excited, especially with how well Mickman was playing on the Tracer, too.
Yeah, no, I'm curious. We could definitely see it next week, and we might get a little bit of insight here. We do have an interview coming up here with the Mickman. They'll be joining us here in the call in just a few moments.
have yet to say goodbye to one last team for the day, and it was Rebel Hearts. Nightmare Eclipse x Zocor, but managed to pull out a victory today. Their dive compositions and teamwork, especially from the likes of Mickman on the Pharah and Tracer today, were spectacular, Jesse.
Yeah, no, Mickman, an absolute star today, and even Nadokado map 2, she really stepped up when this team needed it, and even map 2 and 3, I should say. Map 2 kept her team in it, didn't obviously win map 2, but map 3 really started to step it up. And this is a team, again, they have the chemistry, they have the history, they had a fantastic spring season under the Hivemind Baddies banner, and now going into this summer season under Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp, they've pretty much locked in a spot in champs later this year, but is also just looking fantastic to maybe play spoiler to a team like Avidity, or the loser of EXO, Sakura, and DK, which will be our final matchup of the night. But the pieces are definitely there, especially with this dive composition. It just looks so clean right now. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see how they're able to do against Avidity next week. But as considering, you know, Avidity maybe not playing to the best we've seen of them recently, compared to how Nightmare Eclipse are playing right now, I'd say the chances are pretty decent that Nightmare Eclipse maybe can shock a few people.
I think they've already done it too. I mean, this is the number one seed of the team. You got to remember that. And also, if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the longest standing rosters that we have as of this current event, which is really cool. Yeah, they added Mara in for this split, but the core players on this team have remained the same throughout the entirety of this current season, which is honestly pretty rare. We always joke that every Calling All Heroes, it's like learning a new language where everybody's going what new heroes they picked up. Are they kind of swapping their roles around? Are we going back and forth? Like what's kind of going on? But you know what's always easy when it comes to Nightmare Eclipse and Exocorp? They might change team names, but it's always those same players that know how to work with each other, and you can get a good idea of what to expect. And that team synergy and familiarity really pays off, especially against some of those other rising faces as we're starting to see in Rebel Hearts.
Yeah, whether they're playing under Who is Nadokado or Hivemind Baddies or whatever, you know, even though they've played under Who is Nadokado, you know, multiple times over the years. It's been great. It's been great to see this team really evolve over the last year or so. And in a year, in a kind of like an era right now of competitive Overwatch across the board where changes are happening all the time. Face It Masters, the absolute roster mania the other day. Oh my god. Like, it was just everywhere. But the fact that in such a turbulent time, this team just stays together, and we are seeing the benefits from that.
Yeah, we absolutely are, and again, it really helps when you have this strong core of players to put it out. And one of those standouts that we were talking about a bit earlier is Mickman. We have the pleasure of joining us on the desk for a quick interview today. Mickman, how are you feeling continuing on in the lower bracket?
Yeah, you know, it feels great. You know, last week didn't go as well as we hoped, but feels good to get the win tonight, and looking forward to play Avidity next week. So excited for that one.
So yeah, you were saying obviously last week wasn't exactly how you all planned for it to go. What were some of the adaptations that you all were trying to put in tonight after last week's result?
Well, so one of the main adaptations for today obviously was I unfortunately, you know, wasn't able to play last week due to some scheduling conflicts, but so we spent, you know, the last week just trying to, you know, get back in the swing of things, incorporate me back into the, you know, into the roster. And yeah, we also decided to, like, you know, learn a couple more comps. You saw on Saravasa, we kind of just, you know, played a comp we kind of never really played before just to see if it worked. But yeah, no, it's a lot of, you know, a lot of stuff was done behind the scenes, especially just in scrims and in practice and all that. We actually didn't have a warm up come into the match today, so yeah, we just kind of winged it today. But yeah, we're hoping to be more structured and, you know, ready to play next week.
So yeah, how is the feeling going into next week? Now, obviously, you all went into this as technically the highest seed in the bracket, playing extremely well, at least today. What is the goal now against Avidity, who it is weird to see them already in lowers this early as the reigning champs, but is that almost like, hey, they're vulnerable right now? Is that the way you guys are looking at it?
Oh yeah, no, they're very beatable. We were watching the match today, and we think we could easily, beat them. I think it'll be a fun match though. We hope to hit the ball mirror maybe, if they want to whip it
Okay.
out. But yeah, we unfortunately didn't really have the. Well, actually, we played a bit, but yeah, I'm excited to play Avidity. They're a good team, and I think we could easily win that match if we, focus.
I think it'll be a really good run back, especially with the consistent improvement that we see from your team as well. We keep talking about how your set of 5 players is, at least by our calculations, been around the longest of any of current team. And I'm kind of curious to hear from you. Like, do you feel like that having been on this same roster for a long time, how has this affected like how you approach a game? Like, how is your synergy increased? Do you feel like your communication like consistently improves?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Being able to stay with the same roster for the whole circuit is it's really helpful. It really there's a lot of players that switch teams at pretty much every stage, looking to just win. But I think if you're surrounded by good players that you already know are good, and you work together, and even outside of matches, outside of scrims, like you work together outside of like those hours, and like you'll be able to just improve a lot faster. And yeah, synergy is also like really important. So I think I'd say we might have the most synergy out of any team in the tournament right now, just because we've been together for so long, and I'm technically the newest player on the team, even though I've still been around for like basically the whole thing. So they've all been together for like years and years and years, and I've just been here. They took me in after Fable, the Fable stuff. So it's good. It's good to play with them. I like them all. Good teammates.
I'm glad to hear that you are getting along really well, because that synergy absolutely shows, like when you're out on the battlefield, nonetheless, and against a team like Avidity, that's how you do take them down. So I do see a lot of promise in your words earlier for your next matchup against that team, and we're gonna be looking forward to seeing that next week. But for now, we'll go ahead, give you a break for the evening, let you prepare for your next week's lower bracket game. Thanks, McMinn, for coming on with us, and I hope you have a great rest of your night.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
I didn't know it was like for years. Like I'm just kind of
Yeah.
used to seeing McMinn like a little bit on the Fable, but too coming back to this team, kind of adopting them into this roster. Like it's actually just shows that it's a new approach to how a lot of teams at Calling All Heroes are formed, and they're truly reaping the rewards for it.
Yeah, they really are. Like the fact that the core of this team has been together not just for like this year, but like multiple years, basically for the majority of like the Calling Our Heroes history,
Yeah.
have been together. So even though yes, they may play a little bit separately in Face It and other leagues, Calling Our Heroes, it's been the same core, back at it again and again and again. And we've seen that constant improvement over the last few months, even the last year or so. And it is really nice to see them really reaping in those benefits. But now, this is going to be the real test next week, because now it's just the top 3 dogs and then Zocorp, Nightmare, Eclipse kind of hanging out like, hey, they think they deserve to be in that conversation. We'll get to see if they actually are in that conversation next week.
It's always been like the top 3, the 3 kings for so long, but
Yeah.
it's time to change that. And I think if there is a team to do it, this is definitely on the list for Nightmare Eclipse. We'll have to find out though next week whether that will be in the cards for them. For now though, we still have one more matchup before we close out our evening of the Calling All Heroes Summer Season Playoffs. It's our 2 undefeated teams, Exosakura and DK, fighting it out in our Upple Finals. We'll be right back from this quick break. Don't miss it. We got one more game. We have one final game to close out our Wednesday of Calling All Heroes. And oh boy, this is the one that we've been waiting for. It is the banger that is about to come up. It is DK versus Exo Sakura. Both teams currently undefeated in this bracket and both looking to take a spot in those grand finals, have that easy path through and avoiding the lower bracket entirely. Jesse, this one has been a long time in the making.
There really has been a lot of history between these two organizations for the Ducks and Exo Sakura, and honestly, this was the match that I really circled, right? Like, I think you and I were talking about in the green room. This is the one where, like, this has map 5 potential. This has everything we could possibly want, maybe even a grand finals preview, depending on how Avidity does in lowers. But you know what's even better than the game itself, at least for some? The drops. And I would say the fact that the Ducks are playing and we got the Duck drops, it's destiny. Look at that little player icon, just beautiful.
Yes, it does lie to you. Today is actually the 10th, not the 9th, so
Not
you do
the
get that
9th.
one that is in the middle. It is certainly colorful. It has the Calling All Heroes theme. Like, you would honestly think that the Ducks had, like, an indirect sponsor with Calling All Heroes. They, in fact, do not. We just love Ducks over here so much that we had to make it all the drops for these next couple of weeks. Now, it does make sense that the Ducks are, like, empowered by this. Like, the drops are Duck-themed, therefore the Ducks must win. Is that going to be the truth? That's debatable, considering that these two teams have tussled quite a few times in the past couple of tournaments. DK did get their win in the previous 201 tournament, but they were notably the only team out of our top 3 participating in that event.
Yeah, as usually with the Academy, it's some players like to, some people don't. It's kind of like a toss-up on who actually plays it. So this will be a real question here for DK. Like, they get bounced pretty abruptly in the spring season, right? They lose in upper finals to Avidity and then lose to EXO to finish 3rd. But now, obviously, for DK, they take out Hypnos Iceless. They get an FF win against Avidity. So now, again, in a very familiar spot where they're in the upper finals. This time, though, against Exo Sakura, who earlier swept Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp 3-0 in that semifinal. So we just saw him make it the top 4. But Fable did sneak a map away from Exo Sakura. So we've been shown that this team does bleed a little bit. And it's not a shock because this EXO roster a little bit different than what we've seen before.
I would say a lot different.
A lot different,
Because
yeah.
it's literally just Mari, Regime, and then it's Hank Sub and Santi that are returning. But there's been something we've been missing in our lives so far in these games. You know what that is, Jesse?
What was that?
It's Venture! We need Venture! And Jeremy87 is the CEO of Venture. Does have a Freya profile pic that has been enjoying that hero as of late, but at their core, they are a Venture player. And I'm really hoping that we do get to see that in this series. Exo Sakura have an interesting DPS line in the fact that Benevolence has been very focused on this hit scan, and Jeremy calls themselves a one trick of 4 characters, whatever that means. So, those things considered, Exo Sakura do tend to lean towards their kind of, I guess, unpredictable DPS line to lead them ahead, alongside Mari, who tends to be a very flexible tank player in her own right.
No, yeah, Mari is an incredibly flexible tank. We've seen her do basically anything and everything that she's been asked of, whether it be in Collegiate on, Briarcliff, Boop Troop right now, and Face It Masters. She's been doing everything and anything possible that she's been asked. So, curious to see that. Even Paulette joining this roster as well from Fable in the spring. So, a lot of new faces here for Exo Sakura, but still the same goal, making it back to that grand final.
Exo Sakura, it's gonna be a tough task though. We've seen this team beat DK before, but it tends to be close, right? Any games that we've seen between these two are close for a very good reason, because DK by no means are lacking any talent. Santana has been around this scene for a very long time and continues to improve with every tournament that we have. Really been leaning into that Hazard since he's been released and has been fantastic on it, rivaling the likes of Hittori, so I'm expecting to see some of that from them today. Peace, of course, well known in OWCS for the Genji. Peace and Cinnabar actually on Team Z. You got Z's on Sakura. Scuffed is on Extinction, although not in right now. Like, this is just almost a pure OWCS team. Every player has made it to top 8 at some point in time.
It's wild. Like, it's absolutely wild. Like, yes, Winter's been out for a little bit, kind of playing it now more in Face and Masters, but still, again, a team that just has a load of potential here in DK, but they had a lot of potential last semester too, had a great start, and then kind of, you know, staggered out near the end. Now I'm curious to see, like you said, the Team Z connection between Cinnabar and Peace. Santana has that Kintsugi connection as well with Winter, so a lot going on here, and the bands coming in. Axel Sakura, they banned out the Lucio, which I'm a little surprised Regime let them do that. I won't lie, but maybe they're kind of going full into the Wuyong strats here on Li Jiang.
Regime loves the water boy.
Oh
like,
my
there's
god,
no changing that.
Regime, it's like their spirit animal. Like I have a feeling it's gonna be all over for Regime, and the Zarya is banned here for DK. So I'm not so sure on that. Obviously, we've seen a lot of the Zarya recently. Mari's not afraid to go to the Zarya, but she's also not afraid to go like JQ or even the Hazard. So I wonder if this is just kind of like a shot in the dark, hoping that it works. But yeah, I'm actually really curious. The Lucio ban, though, is going to help a lot with, hey, the boops are going to be less, especially here on Night Market. Not going to have to worry about it as much, but it will be a little bit of a slower start to some of these fights.
I think one thing to note too with these teams is that neither one has like an established Wrecking Ball player. Not to say I haven't seen them dabble in it. I don't like it as much as some of their other stuff for both Santana and Mari, but I'm highly thinking we're leaning more towards this brawl. JQ is really good. Heck, we saw Mari play Reinhardt last time Exo Sakura was on Lijiang Tower, so we could be getting anything plus some on this map. One thing I do really, really want to see, though, is some Jeremy Venture, particularly on Control Center. And Jeremy, oh yeah, they're going to give it to us.
They will, and obviously, of course,
You have to.
of course, you know, Titus Shine is going to love the Rocket Launcher. But granted, Venture is also just in a very great spot right now, I won't lie. Very fun to watch, very fun to play. And there we go, Jeremy locking it in. Let's see the JQ Mirror coming out here with the Kiriko and the Wuyong. But it's going to be that Venture against the Genji. So Peace maybe a little bit easier at finishing up. Jeremy going to be a little bit more of a bigger distraction, though.
Jeremy, kind of hard to ignore. Drill dash into the enemy team. Santana had to work their way out of that as fast as possible. But yeah, too much damage is already done to the tank. Commanding Shout burned, and Exo Sakura happy to push away with this. This is literally the best point for Venture in the entire game.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic here for Jimmy. You know, they gotta watch out. Almost gets punished by Peace and Cinnabar over by the server rooms. But first cap does go the way of Exo Sakura, and you can see those water orbs just getting flung around the corner, but it's Cinnabar who gets the opener.
Yeah, that's the problem with playing Tracer. A charged Wuyong shot takes approximately like 2/3 of your health. Really hurts, but Cinnabar, I think, in a lot more pain if it wasn't for that mega health pack. Yeah, there you go. Cinnabar playing the aggressor here on the Wuyong, and it's working out so incredibly well, poking down these targets before the fights begin.
Yeah, getting all of that damage in early. Wuyong, they're just so good right now, man. Like, it's kind of crazy how good this hero is, but they're not busted, right? Like, there's still ways to play around it, but it's no wonder why a lot of teams trying to find the best ways to incorporate this character into their comp. Santana burned incredibly early.
Yeah, Cinnabar didn't even feel the need to look in Santana's direction. Like, that's how fast Santana ended up dying there, which is kind of insane. If you have the tidal burst here, if you want to use it, in fact, it will be Cinnabar's popped out onto Peace. Doesn't really hit anybody, but ensures the Dragon Blade is alive. And this is Peace's signature play. When you're down and out, I'm still pulling the blade. That time, you wish you kept it in the sheath, however, because Jeremy was already doing business in the back line.
Yeah, another Regime just pops the ult as well. It's like, oh, let's use Tidal Blast. You're not killing me with Blade. No. Like, I'm not dealing with this today. Peace will actually go off of the Genji onto the Mei, which we've seen a little bit here and there, not a ton. But in this JQ v JQ setup, it can work a lot. But so far, it didn't save Z's.
Didn't do a whole lot of anything, as a matter of fact. Katsuki Rush, simply too powerful. With how off-kilter those cooldowns were of the ults, you just kind of expected DK to use that early. Or Exo Sakura to use that early.
Yeah, just go in early, punish that the wall was used early, and now Exo Sakura, they can lean more on the DPS ults of Benevolence and Jeremy, as well as the Rampage from Mari. She'll be looking to use that. Santana has theirs as well very soon. So DK, not a horrible spot. Wallenty goes down very early, forces commanding shout, but Peace pays for it.
Mari is just running it down on this
She has no care.
Both these tanks love playing her, but Mari, it's just something else. That lands on a 2, couple it up with a tectonic shock, and that is a recipe for disaster if you're DK. Exo Sakura not even letting Santana use the Rampage once. That is one of the biggest win conditions of this comp, and it never got to make an appearance. You do get one touch in, but if someone else is going to make the Rampage to the point, and guess what? It won't count.
Yeah, just absolute domination early here from Exo Sakura and taking advantage. Hey, you got one of the best venture players right now in North America. You might as well put them to work on that kind of map. And the gamble pays off. Jeremy pops off. And round 1 goes the way of Exo. And now going into Night Market. It still works. I'd say this is still a better venture map than Gardens. Gardens can be quite tricky, as you can see. Yeah, good God, Jeremy. Level 85?
Okay, also, why is Jeremy level 76 in Widowmaker, and I've never seen them come remotely close to
I've
that?
rarely ever seen it. Yeah, I don't... Okay,
That's not on the list
interesting.
of
We'll see if
4-1
that
tricks.
comes around. Peace, though, starting off on the Widow, and if this does work, it's a lot of trouble for Exo Sakura with really nobody to answer.
Yeah, if there's one thing that makes Venture uncomfortable, it's a flying character.
It's a flyer.
Ground is safe, ground is home. You can't exactly follow that motto when rockets are raining down from above. Venture, though, does get the better of Benevolence, and with the Burrow and Drill Dash out of Jeremy, there's not anywhere for them to run either. DK just have such a positioning and overall pressure advantage with their DPS comp.
Yeah, and instead of going hit scan, Jeremy will actually match it. Realize that, hey, if I go the Pharah, it's one of the 4-1 tricks, as they like to say, then it's
Yeah.
not like anybody's at quite a disadvantage. It's just the full-on mirror matchup, and somebody's got to land the shots onto a Pharah eventually. So they're taking a little bit of a gamble there. Santana's shout already used, though, and the pinch is coming in.
Yeah, they're attempting to, but it's actually Pauline that ends up getting pinched herself. Mari trapped in the timeout corner and sent back home immediately after. Exo Sakura, they just haven't been able to walk forward with Mari at nearly the same power they did in the previous round.
No, and actually will force her to swap. She'll go over to the Diva.
Ooh.
Partially probably to help out with Peace. A little bit of an issue so far for Exo Sakura here on Night Market, but maybe realizing, hey, the JQ, it's just not worth it. Even Santana is only at 34% to ult, and they're halfway to cap. So it's
Ooh.
not like it's been fantastic, beautiful direct shot early from Peace, and Jeremy trying to grab the health back, but also knowing if they land, it's an easier shot for Peace.
If you know what hurts just as much of a fire rocket, a giant water ball, apparently. But in the meantime of all that chaos, is there's tracers, there's pulse bombs, there's bodies lying on the floor, and including that of Jeremy and Benevolence. And Peace spending that whole time occupying Journey, just turning this rest of the fight into a chaotic 4v4, which the Junker Queen is gonna take happily in a small room 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, the JQ will never complain. They're like, oh, we want to have a little bit of a party here at the bar? Yeah, pour me a drink, and your drink will be your last. DK now, both support ultimates online. The barrage as well from Peace, in a perfect spot here to bring us to Gardens for the final round of Lijiang. But Exo Sakura, they got a few ultimates of their own to try and answer. But one of those will not be used as the regime is down.
Yeah, Peace, I didn't end up popping the barrage, wasn't sure because there's a lot of exploding things on the screen, but will be held onto inside the Kitsune rushes, and the tidal wave will be pulled out. Cinnabar gonna go ahead and ride the wave out to safety. How everyone else stay alive. Jeremy going in, knocks down the tank. The Suzu lands, but Santana loses 400 health with the blink of an eye. DK had control of the objective for so long, only now with Jeremy getting the Wuyang ultimate, will they actually be able to make a dent in his progress?
Yeah, I love that actually. A
Oh,
little
great.
that tidal blast onto Jeremy just goes in, doesn't have as much fear of just getting instantly bursted that you normally do when you're on the Pharah and you go a little bit closer to the ground. And it works out that time. And they actually do pull out both support ultimates as well from DK. So not a horrible spot here for Axel Sakura, but now the Ducks still got plenty to work with. And if they can wait out Pauline's Suzu or to snipe Jeremy, it could be it.
Cinnabar's actually just a sniper of this
My
Luya.
God.
What in the world? I mean, that's the opener you need in the Rampage. That might as well be the closer in this fight. Pauline and Regime not getting out of that one. Only Jeremy will be returning momentarily, but is that even going to count enough? You get guaranteed touch. The Suzu is out in the barrage and not find a target. DK looking to take us a third round of Fleja.
The Ducks bring us to 3 because they want everyone to get the duck drops. A team of the people is what the DK are. But yeah, going over to round 3 now of Lijiang will be Gardens, which the Pharah expect more of it. This is Pharah's playground. Whole lot to go around, but Jeremy for now will actually realize that, hey, as much as I want to play the Pharah, it ain't working right now. So go to number 3 of the 4 one-tricks, right? And go over to the Freya to maybe try and put a little more pressure on the piece. And Mari will give up on the Diva, realizing that it's just not worth it. Might as well try and match Santana up in the front. Try and see if you can win more of the battle up front rather than trying to do every single pivot for the Pharah from Peace.
I like this a little better. I mean, Jeremy on now the third of their one tricks and third hero of the game. It's better. They can chunk down Santana. They can jump down Peace. And it can happen to land it on the Winter. It's great as well. But why does that matter when Cinnabar is the third DPS on this team? Like, I would genuinely love to see the stats off this game just to see how much damage Cinnabar has been able to do. There's another one that we get to see on to Jeremy. Like, this is just ridiculous. You got the threat from below. You have the threat from above in Peace and DK. They're making it look easy.
Yeah, they're making it look fantastic. Like, and the fact that going into this, we're like, hey, it's going to be this Genji Tracer that's really scary from DK. So far as map 1, though, it's the Pharah Tracer that has really been hurting Exo Sakura. No real answer for it so far. And yes, I think, like you said, a lot of it is as well. Cinnabar being ultra aggressive early, and Z's getting in on the supportal combat as well. Benevolent sent back, and Exo Sakura, they basically just have to sit now, wait for their Tracer to get back in before they commit to another fight.
Man, there's just not anything that they can do. A bit of shots landed from Jeremy. It's like, hey, Peace, go away. I can still hit you, but I mean, Regime, like these Exo Sakura cannot be dying to poke damage like this. Now that that's 2 in a row, both of your supports have kind of gone down. Like, this is real tough to have to look at. And Pauline, yeah, you go ahead and get Z's. It's something for consolation, but Exo Sakura, they're just not at a point where they can fully commit to a fight. Jeremy, it's only now with this kind of wraparound on the flank where these bolts are starting to land, and Pauline is getting in there, taking care of the hits, or the Pharah on her own, and eventually DK looking worse for wear. Before Z's can return to pop the Kitsune Rush, they're just down and out.
Yeah, Mari is able to get a cheeky little 3K. She's able to lead her team back in, but it just took so long for Exo Sakura to get back into that fight. And honestly, DK don't really have to do too much to get it to 67%. They will have pretty much everything going in this next fight. So will Exo Sakura. It'll be a ult on ult on ult. I hope you like hitting the button Q, because yeah, we're gonna see a whole lot of it.
Well, there's one to start us off. That's number 2. What else have you got for us in terms of shiny buttons? There's number 3 and a dead Santana. Well, there's all this chaos going on. I mean, Mari, calm, cool, and collected. Grabs 2 just on her own and take that. What, 3 ultimates for 2 out of the opposing side and a clean win.
Yeah, it's honestly not too bad. Even if you're DK, like, yes, you lose Rush, but so did Exo Sakura. So it's not like you're losing a ton of value from that. But Regime now, like, hey, I want to have fun with this little try blast. Why not? Send it around the corner, make the choke even more difficult than it already is to get through. It's going to be Santana, though, going into this fight. Having the Rampage instead of Peace. Here we go.
Yeah, Peace Barrage in, but Regime go ahead and slaps them out of the air with a good old water ball. DK, though, what can they do? No, they shut them down. Santana, that was their time to shine, but we never got
It will be the flip over to DK as Exosakura
That's-
doesn't have everybody available.
Oh, no,
and Aziz TPs into the Pulse Bomb.
Oh, they had the Suzu up too, expecting it to last in time, but it just had like a hair before it had won. The Wolves from land. They had an opportunity, but a slight misstep there, mere milliseconds, to go ahead and end their push on that objective.
Oh, that's pain if you're Z. She just had no idea that the Suzu was just going to and just before that Pulse Bomb went off, and DK will want that one back. Peace for this last fight, going back over to the Genji, trying to shut down Jeremy, maybe put a little bit of an ISO before this Bola shot goes out, but other than that, it's gonna be Winter. She has to find something, quick.
Oh, but those are some dangerous shots on the Cinnabar. Right next to the health pack, so it's okay. Knife onto Jeremy, Pulse Bomb went wide. It's not looking good for DK so far. Exosakura, they have an unmatched Kitsune Rashid's pulling now, getting their own up, and they actually managed to grab his regime out throughout all this chaos. DK, they did not have a card in their hands, but they were holding the ace up their sleeve, and that was Cinnabar trying again in this rush. Exosakura, they can get a touch. Maybe.
Yeah, Benevolence did not die. They are able to get out just in time. So now Benevolence will be the one that has to touch here just for a little bit of a stall. And they do have the Pulse Bomb as well. Overtime is triggered. Mari 5% to a Rampage.
This Rampage is do or die for EXO
Yep.
right now. It's gonna go out
Only
on
Satana.
Santana. Mending Shout is there, but she'll never fall before half HP. Peace goes in, slices down Benevolence, and with the power of the Tidal Rush behind him, it's just simply as good as it's done. Cinnabar looking fantastic on the Wu Yang, and DK looking excellent right alongside her. Map 1, what are the Ducks?
Ducks win map 1 here, and I will say the fact that we were talking about that Rampage had to be big coming in there from Mari, and she just isn't able to line up on enough players. It just goes on to the tank, and at that point, Cleanse wasn't even used. Like, the last Santana will live, and eventually the Wu Yang just puts her right back up to where they need to be. So a fantastic kind of just discipline there. To be like, hey, we don't need to use Cleanse. We can focus on the rest of this fight. And it goes big for DK. And then take map 1. And again, a series that there's been a lot of questions. You and I were even kind of like, we had different views of this series going in to where I'm like, hey, I want to see if DK, I don't know if legit is the right word, but if they're a genuine contender to win this thing, because it felt like they were in spring, kind of backed off. But it's honestly, like you said, for EXO, it's almost the same. Like, hey, so much of this roster is new. Is it still the same level of EXO that we've known? And I wouldn't say that answer is no, quite yet, because that was still a very close map 1. But usually that's a map that EXO in the past have been able to clutch up, and that time around just couldn't do it.
And when you see that Lijiang Tower in particular, you're kind of expecting Control Center to be an auto win because of the Venture, the JQ, the Reinhardt, whatever Mari decides to be her character for the day. It's going to be a win, but kind of going past that, it didn't seem like there was a clear answer for the Pharah, and there was a lot of struggle, especially on Garden, with just dying to poke damage. Like, your transitions, I'm thinking of, it's not the right word, moving through the map, trying to get to the fight. Rotations, thank you. Those were not panning out the way that you needed them to. It is a little late. It's been a lot of Overwatch today. I think DK overall looked like they had a better idea of how the pre-fight was supposed to look. Now, in the actual fight, I think there was a lot more confidence if you were able to get everybody from Exosakura there. But in, like, the poke phase, it was a bit of a struggle, especially when Exosakura were the ones coming in.
Yeah, especially because Peace, whether it be on the Pharah a lot of the time, just rockets on rockets on rockets, or even, like you said, you know, the support line. Just sending in a whole bunch of damage, like, hey, don't really need to heal a ton right now. Like, our tank is, they're fine. They're JQ. They get to self-heal anyway. Like, we're good. So they just send ounces of damage out. And Cinnabar and Z's, both of them, just lighting it up in the damage and the kill feed. It would be our first look at Atlas here tonight for the Flashpoint. So, again, preaching that it's more of a dive-centric Flashpoint rather than the Suravasa rush that we've seen.
I'm very excited to get this kind of out of the way. I think it could be the dive, but you also say, when I think dive on this map, I think more Wrecking Ball than I would like our typical Winston or Diva. And I mean, Santana can be either Winston or D.Va. I guess same with Mari, but that Wrecking Ball, kind of off the table, at least judging from past experiences. Unless you got, like, something secret that you've been cooking up, like Hitori, which I think very few people have. I'm more questioning, do we see a ban on, like, a Genji here? Do we see a ban on a Venture? Or do we see a ban on a Wooyoung? Because Cinnabar was nuts on that last map and genuinely was winning fights for the team just with how she was playing.
I do wonder. I wonder if Regime is like, man, like they took away my Lucio, and then we may have to take away the Wuyang. I'm like, are you kidding me? But let's wait and see here what Exo Sakura have up their sleeve here on Atlas. I'm trying to think. Off the top of my brain, I haven't seen Pharah play it a ton on this map, but I could see it working. If they want to force it, it can work. Especially if Genji does get banned out by Exo Sakura, but it's not like they're desperate to be running it. Like, they'd rather just run like Tracer with the Venture. There it is, actually. Yeah, haha. Oh, and Lucio banned the other way, so even less Lucio than what we thought. Regime just cannot win.
Well, honestly, I think Regime's happy with this because that means that they can play Wooyoung.
Very true. Very true. That Genji ban, to me, it almost like forces the hand of a Pharah, but I will say, like, during this first objective, Pharah's rough. It's very enclosed. It's very much like Suravasa first. So I wonder if we maybe start on like a Soj Tracer, Echo Tracer, Soj Tracer, something like to that degree, and then maybe we expand later to like a Pharah or an Echo, just because it is a little more difficult here at the beginning, but this is a very important map. Exo, if they drop to 0-2 in this kind of format, in this day and age of competitive Overwatch, it can just be incredibly hard to find a reverse sweep when you have to win back-to-back maps on your opponent's map type, or map pick, I should say.
Yeah. And this one's a little weird just because of how new it is to competition. Like, very few like leagues and tournaments have actually implemented it into their map pool already. So there's a lot of teams that have found comfort in it and tend to scrim it more than Surabasa just because they're familiar, and sometimes have a familiarity advantage if they find themselves picking into the Flashpoint map type. So I am interested to see where this ends up going for the team. Station, which is that first point there, can be a bit awkward, like, for everybody, regardless of what you're playing, just because it feels weird to make a lot of these rotations. The Zarya Venture, though, I have been kind of hoping Exo Sakura would pull this out. These two heroes particularly strong together, and with the Genji off the field, DK, and if Jeremy can just get in there completely protected, this is going to be tough to work around.
And that's why pieces on the Reaper to maybe try and maybe not like shut it down immediately, but just be a presence. Like, hey, if you're going in, I'm deleting that bubble immediately. And that's exactly what happened. Yeah, Jeremy goes in, Santana finishes it off, and the gamble does not work.
Yeah, Twin Salty activated his I'm gonna see into the future capabilities and foresaw Jeremy's demise there. Again, if you just get burned through that bubble faster than you think, that's fine. And then Vander with the Reaper, because you can pop that bubble very fast.
Man, why couldn't I use those future seeing powers to win the lottery or something? You know?
I know, right?
Like, that would have been fantastic. But DK, yeah, it works. The Reaper just completely shuts down Jeremy. Jeremy will have to now play just a little bit different as they go in here, or maybe just playing a little more safer on those bubbles. But already, Mari, she is half health, has to use a bubble on herself.
Winter almost had a pulse bomb there. Definitely thought about throwing it, but instead, there you go. Jeremy successfully weaves their way into the back line, but it's not without a trade. Neither team has a Kiriko, but there's more frontline power. Peace has the ability to mow through Amari should they have the chance. Once those bubbles are out and Exo Sakura, their frontline is just cooked.
Yeah, they just can't do anything. Like, the fact that they just wait out the main cooldowns, wait out the bubbles, wait out the main movement abilities there from Venture, and then DK can just int. Like, there's no real punishment opportunity against this lineup, and I think that's what Exo Sakura are really facing right now. The Pulse Bomb is ready here for Winter. I'm guessing it'll probably go on to Mari to force a bubble, but instead they just catch Jeremy out.
It's just really, like, the cooldowns of Jeremy 87 have been tracked to a T.
Yeah.
Do end up trading out for Peace. Santana has a Graviton Surge almost online. DK likely gonna have to commit at least some sort of ultimate to this fight. Does end up being the Kitsune Rush in trade for Regime to use the ult, but yeah, this is starting to get a little bit more expensive if DK can't close this out soon, which thankfully burning down Mari before her own Graviton Surge is online and allowing DK to save a lot more of the resources for the first point in Flaming Station.
Yeah, they just play that absolutely perfectly. Maybe wanting to keep, you know, at least one of those ults, probably like the Tidal Blast, but hey, Regime used theirs as well. You get rid of Death Blossom. And the 2-for-2 trade is not bad for DK, and they have plenty of time to get the rotation set up as well. I'd say for Exo Sakura, if you can just lead this in with Rush and only use that to cap first, that is the ideal situation, but I'm not sure how possible that is.
Well, yeah, that is a early Graviton Surge. Couldn't quite escape from that. The second one from Santana to follow up. The Suzu already burned, but you have the bubbles to back it up. Winter, regardless of that, still manages to burn through Pauline with how strong Tracer's damage is at this point in time. I mean, Winter so afraid of this Wuyong. You can see how devastating the damage is, and eventually he'll manage to clean it up. Exo Sakura, after they lost Mori, there's just, or at least got her low enough so she couldn't fight. Not much of a chance to continue the stabilization.
Yeah, the slow and steady, even though, yes, they lose the initial cap to Exo Sakura. DK, they understand they have the heal advantage as soon as Pauline is taken out following the grab. And now DK can just settle down, even though, like, Exo Sakura, they know Peace is ult. Because Peace was very choreographed earlier in trying to set up for it. Jerry's like, are you not going to move? What the hell?
Yeah, I love this one. Like, Resort is very focused on, there's a ton of open areas. You kind of have to fight in these small hallways just to have value, unless you're Peace and just TP into the black line and like mid-range blast Regime. That works too. The Kitsune Rush from Z is definitely assisted in that forward momentum. Like, we're in the spawns now. That is how confident DK are with the Zarya Reaper.
I love the instant TP perk
This
from Reaper. I won't lie. Oh my god. Please
Wait, no
don't
way,
be-
they didn't. Okay.
Oh, okay. Like, but the fact that they can just easily get out, like, hey, shoot, TP out, not a super long animation, and Benevolence wishes they had that easy of an escape.
This is very similar to what we were seeing in OWCS past weekend. Just see Mari use the tidal wave there just to get onto the point, but even like it's just not enough. You can't get charged the same way, and unfortunately, the Venture's not falling value. Resort a very difficult point just because of how close everything is. And I hate to say it, there's like two heroes that say no to Venture. Cassidy, and I gotta say Reaper is on that list too.
Yeah, and it will force Jeremy to swap. They will just match the Tracer from Winter. Now a full mirror matchup as it's 2-0 DK looking to go up 2-0 into the series, and it's been kind of a dud from Exo Sakura up to this point. Obviously had a game plan going in, trying to utilize the Venture, and it just has now worked. Winter catches a little bit of water to the face as she's trying to get out, but maybe giving now Exo Sakura a chance to get some point percentage on the board.
And if they can get there, I mean, Exo Sakura, they have the better positioning. Never mind, Benevolence just got not one, but two shotguns to the face there. The both Kitsune rushes and the Graviton Surge onto Santana, denying the use of their own. And DK, still clearly willing to commit to this with the Death Blossom, but it doesn't quite seem worth it. Mari, simply too high of a charge and with too many bubbles to actually take any damage.
Yeah, there's bubbles, and more bubbles. Yeah, Winter, it's like, all right, I'm just going to accept it. It is what it is. Even though Z, I think she even went off for, what, 2 kills during that fight? So, no, it's not a horrible fight there for DK, but yeah, the fact that early elimination, even once they lose Benevolence, still waiting on that Death Blossom to get popped, able to count it down, at least in Mari. And once you get to that high of charge, she can just carry entire fights. It's what we're used to now with her. And Benevolence, once again, gets solo grabbed, and no ult for you.
It was actually not a solo grab. It was a through-the-wall grab on a half the other team. But Benevolence just didn't have the same luck as the wall to defend against the damage. Santana, yeah, eventually burning through Mari there. Jeremy will stall this out for a couple more percentage and get into almost one-fight territory, actually, for Exo Sakura, which isn't too bad of a turnaround considering that was a lost fight.
Yeah, considering how early they lost that fight, getting it to 72, not too shabby at all. Benevolence is sitting there like, can I just use ult already? Like, please? Like, I just want to be able to use it at literally any point. Because DK will have no answer, right? Other than the Suzu, if that goes out early, then there will be absolutely nothing that the Ducks can do with this Blossom, but they have to play it right. It's been a little choreographed at this point. They got to find a way to break through.
That's a bubble on the piece, ready to walk it down on Amari. Benevolence could pull the trigger and then die. Average Death Blossom experience. You take what you can get and hopefully don't die. Regime, though, and just to get Z's the infinite range that Wuyong seems to have. No team really fully stable in this fight. DK, no Wraith Orb, Piece, oh, barely hanging on to life. That was the last bubble of Mari that's burned. Does have the Graviton Surge, but you can really tell that she's trying to hold on to it, thinking her team is too much of an advantage. Perhaps she waited too long, ends up having to pull it, but at the cost of both of her support. A rough decision-making cool from Exo Sakura, and that is going to actually, it's going to lose them this entire point. They thought they had the win, but because they didn't end up using their ultimates to actually secure the fight, they've lost all of their confidence on it, and DK, they're just going to sweep their way through Atlas and are up to match point.
They sweep the map pick of Exo Sakura and completely, what a beautiful read from DK. They knew exactly what Exo Sakura were trying to do with the Venture comp and just completely shuts it down. Just a gorgeous, gorgeous read coming in from the Ducks, and now one map away from making their first Grand Finals appearance here in one of the majors. Is again, last time they were just cut short, right? By this exact EXO team, at least by name, maybe not by roster, but maybe a little bit of extra venom going this like, hey, we want that final spot. Like, we maybe felt like last time we were good enough, games didn't fall their way, and you could tell there's maybe a little bit of extra kick here. Like, we just got to get there. We got to get to the Grand Finals with the ban advantage as well, which is massive, considering, you know, right now, almost every single time a team has picked a map at the beginning, they've won it, and that just sets you off on such a good track for the rest of the series.
It absolutely does. And for DK2, you know, we kind of thought this is a bit of a test for them just because of some weird forfeits that have happened in both the Swiss and the bracket stage. They haven't played against another top 3 team in Avidity or Exo Sakura until now. So proving how strong that they are in this matchup does give a lot of validity to them. I do think that we are seeing a bit of struggles from Exo Sakura with adapting to what their opponents are playing. And it's not necessarily it's just kind of like a new thing. They haven't tried it as much, but they're moving away from what they're typically comfortable with to match what their opponent is playing instead of kind of sticking towards their comfort zone, which did work out for them on the one map. They managed to win on Lijiang Tower. We'll have to see if that stays true, because Zarya, very strong counter to a Junker Queen. Should that be a thing? That ban already off the table, kind of going ahead. So your backs up are against the wall. Exo Sakura, you know that they still have fight in them. We've seen the talent and distance this roster has and can go. It's just a matter of how can you actually light that spark to get this team moving.
Yeah, you just got to find, whether it is just 1 or 2 fights, be like, all right, we're feeling great, and just restart the positive comms. Because when you're a team like Exo Sakura and you're so used to winning, when you get kind of punched in the face like this to start a series, it can be a little weird. Like, okay, what's going on? Like, what do we need to fix here? What needs to change? And sometimes it just takes somebody like, hey, let's play a game. Like, the issue, though, with that statement is they tried with these venture comps, and it's just been completely answered, completely shut down by DK. Confirmed, I guess, Ducks do not like rocks, or do not like rock munchers. Because bullying Venture during the entirety of this series, other than Night Market, and not Market, Control Center, on Lijiang. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a rough situation here for Exo Sakura, because you don't want to. You gotta find the middle ground of like not deviating from your identity, but also like, hey, this Venture is obviously not working. Like, they obviously know how to counter it. Something else has to be a pivot to try and extend this series farther. And
for Jeremy, the Venture's been a crutch as long as the hero has been released. It's very difficult to counter a Venture. And I kind of said it before. You need to track these cooldowns to a T, and that's kind of what happened there. on Atlas, by the time you swapped, you just couldn't find a rhythm with a comp that didn't look nearly as practiced. It's similar to what we've seen in our other two matches today of DK are in full control of this tempo. They're choosing when these fights starts. They're getting these first eliminations because they're choosing to go first. They aren't giving any information over to Exo Sakura pre-fight. The pre-fight staging from DK continues to be better, and with a map like King's Row, you're gonna have to see this tempo matters so much, especially if you're going to continue to play these more brawly comps.
Yeah, as we're still waiting on the bans here. Obviously, a lot of thoughts going into this as a very critical point in this series. Yeah, like I said, it's something that's just got to give, right? If you're EXO, if you want to try and bring this back, something has to give. Something has to be a punishment for DK, because DK are living life. Right, like DK are just having the time of their lives during this series. Santana has been fantastic. Hasn't even shown the Hazard either. I think that's the scary thing about this DK roster right now. Haven't even had to use Hazard, which is arguably one of Santana's best heroes. Haven't needed it, which, yikes. Like, that is, you can't even go to like the dive maps because you know the Hazard's going to come out. And you think Santana probably wins that duel against Mari. It's not like Mari's Hazard is bad, but I don't think it's to the level of Santana's, at least as of right now. And I think just the way kind of death ball-y disrupt style that Exo Sakura love playing doesn't always mesh well with the dive. But it really doesn't matter so far, and you know they'll have to deal with that later on in the series as, you know, if they win King's Row, maybe again we go to a watch point Gibraltar or something like that to force the dive more. But King's Row, let's see what's in the tank. But yeah, taking a long time with this ban.
Yeah.
You can tell the thinking caps are all going on, but maybe it's a little bit of conflicting viewpoint here for EXO on what's best.
I think it's fine though that they take as long as they have, just because I mean you're down 2-0 in a position that we're not used to seeing Exo Sakura in at all. The last two times these teams faced, Exo Sakura beat DK like handily, not handily, but they won, and I feel like that they can make that same change. You kind of brought up, it was interesting that we had this discussion before this match began. Is like, okay, you said this team's gonna prove how legit they're on. I'm like, which team? You said DK, and I'm like, really? Because I was thinking it was more referring to EXO because of how many pieces of this roster has changed since the last time that they had been in a Calling All Heroes tournament, and we're really starting to see where some of those question marks may be coming from. We do have the bans potentially in order, and this makes a lot of sense considering how much trouble the Reaper seemed to be giving Exo Sakura in the last round. But because you banned DPS, it leaves the window open for that Diva, likely indicating we're going back to a Junker Queen v Junker Queen, or potentially some Winston or Hazard.
Yeah, I think that's more a ban there from DK. Like, hey, if we go back to a dive, we don't want, Mari on her best dive here. Like, we want to maybe force the Hazard a little bit more. I do like the Reaper ban though. I do really like it because, yeah, it's the one thing that really shut down Jeremy's venture was the Reaper. So at least you take that out of the equation. You give yourselves a chance to build some momentum back here on the streets of London and maybe start making your way to that reverse sweep. But it's going to be a very long road if that is going to be the case. You got to get it done first here on KR.
King's Row, the either start of a long journey or the end to the short one if you're EXO. Sakura, I mean, DK so far have given very little signs of weakness outside of the first round of map 1. Since there, it's been near flawless. I'll continue to state how important and how great their setup for these pre-fights, the poking, the scouting that they're able to accomplish, while keeping their players hidden. If Exo Sakura can't see where their players are, they can't plan for these pinches. They can't anticipate where their opponents are going to be coming from. And because of a lot of these facts, we're seeing that advantage really come through. Hazard seems to be the pick for Mari after all, and I don't hate it. I think Mari has tried to play this hero a lot more lately. She does look pretty darn good on it. I think she's played it less than Santana as of late, but still something that I think could be a strong contention, especially if Santana opts to stay on this Winston.
Yeah, it's not like don't get it twisted. Like Mari's Hazard is very good, but I think it's just the fact that you're going up against Santana, who has the best Hazard in calling out heroes, and I don't know. I don't think that's crazy
Hittori.
to say.
I think it's Hittori.
Oh, true. Yeah. That's okay. Second to Hittori. Which Hittori, she's kind of in her own world on tank. I won't lie. Like, she's kind of the GOAT.
Yeah, a little bit.
SP's already like, okay, Hazard, relax.
Mercy? Far
No
Mercy?
slashes. Oh, we are so back.
In my calling all heroes, we have a Far Mercy on the field. Mercy mains, rejoice. Your hero is valid once again. And
Ish.
wow, Peace is putting it to work. Okay, there we go. Gets the splash damage onto Regime. Barely Jeremy squeaks away out from that rocket. And this is just cleanup time. Z is like, oh, the Far's being healed. Let me just go ahead, chuck a couple of knives around the field, res the dead Winton. And all right, DK, not what we expected, but I am here for it. No.
Mari?
No, thank you.
Hello?
What is happening?
Is she actually out of spawn? Observer, producers, can we
out of
see?
spawn.
Oh my god, she is.
All
Well,
right,
check
we
it
can
off the bingo card. If you're doing
yeah.
Ka Bingo, it's there. And now Santana's
Mauga?
like, okay, that's rude. I'm going over to Mauga.
Wow. And they're on Ana. They swapped Mauga and
yeah.
Ana.
And off the Pharah, they're like, yeah, no, we're not dealing with this. No, thank you.
Yeah, this is just not okay. You know, we made that. Oh, that's also not okay. Mari just bolts into the back line and gets a free hook. Shirley is swapping now because Santana seems to like her pork nice and roasted. And there you go. Just a quick cleanup. Perhaps this is like a mental game. Maybe just forcing some weird swaps so Exo Sakura can do the funny counter swap thing.
Maybe. As Mari will go over now to the Orisa to try and deal with the Mauga in their face. I won't lie, I did not think we were going to see Mauga and Roadhog in the same map today, but hey, that's kind of where this meta is at right now. You can run a whole lot of different looks depending
Mari?
on the situation. Mari, she
Mari's
is in
dead.
trouble here.
Mari's dead. That, you cannot stand there in this current phase and age of Orisa, especially against a Mauga and an Ana when your Suzu is done and gone. Jeremy also ended up swapping over the Genji. Doesn't really matter though if your tank is dead. DK just kind of speed ran their way through this point without any real fight happening. Like 5.5 minutes on King's Row. I mean, Exo Sakura, we're beyond losing footing. We are full out face planted on the ground at this point.
Yeah, they're just kind of fading away. At this point, they're battling to be on the door after the Titanic, right? Don't leave me, Jack. And I think they're getting left. It's not good right now for Exo Sakura. Got to find something here.
Well, Nano Blade versus Normal Blade. I'd say Nano Blade wins that exchange. I think Peace would agree with a nice little 2K, and yeah, we'll manage to stay alive. Mori has not stood a chance in this game. Like, as soon as Santana swaps to Mauga, which, mind you, Santana pretty good at that hero, as good as you can be, like, it just seems like it's done.
We could be at a near record time bank here for a DK. Over 4.5 minutes still on the clock. And Bola shot from Benevolence, it's kind of just an asterisk before their death.
I mean, you just put everybody in a baby cage. Never mind, Mari doesn't regard all the rules of the baby cage, runs right through it, runs out of health, and that's, and all right, Santana Mauga is the way to go. DK, in fact, almost are going to gain time on this point. 4 minutes and 14 seconds. We needed the freight train to stop. I think he just gained speed.
This is now a bullet train. Like, this is now a bullet train. This is unreal. And Exo Sakura, they have no answers. They genuinely just are just like, what do? Like, what are we doing? Because that obviously, like, the pharmacy, the fact that Mercy got played in 2025, crazy. But hey, it worked out. It forced a lot of swaps. And it was almost like DK were just waiting for, like, come on, I know you want to swap. Maybe not expecting the Roadhog among those swaps. Like, all right, you want to go that? Well, let's go Mauga. It's not, 2014 and 2024, 2023 anymore, but it's, yeah. It was 2014, I mean, game didn't even exist. Mauga was not even a thought in anybody's mind at that point. But this is Yeah, this is DK's map, I fear. Exo Sakura, they need a generational comeback to bring this one.
Yeah, like, is that in... It just doesn't feel realistic.
It
at
doesn't. It
all
really
for Exo
doesn't.
Sakura. Because, like, at this point, not only are you against, like, a massive time bank on paper, like, think about just the mental fact if you got beaten down on this map so far and the task ahead. One step at a time. That's all Exo Sakura can attempt to do. We're going out back to the Zarya. Bastion for Benevolence. Perhaps not expecting the Malga here, but it can work well into this Hazard comp if you can keep the Bastion alive. And I have to see how this one goes, because you're also just a walking target unless
Oh my
Cinnabar just kind of gets burnt to a crisp because Mari decides to turn up the laser to 11. Benevolence, though, sitting ducks compared to the rest of the team. No pun intended. Ducks like to keep Ducks on their own side. This counter dive has been fantastic. It's just not going to be enough to deny the couple ticks to them again.
Yeah, I think that was actually an alt-fire shot on high ground, if I'm not mistaken, from Mari. Just kind of sent a shot over there when Jeremy was trying to pressure high ground and just snipes out, I think that was Cinnabar. And just what a great little play, and that's the kind of break that Exo Sakura needed to at least start getting back into this map and the series, and now already Peace making the swap back over to the far. No Mercy to go with it, at least for now. Aziz, this is very risky.
And Z's though. You got this. Okay, never mind. They don't got this.
And
And
Suzy got
Kansas
blocked.
got this. Oh, it wasn't even Jeremy's fault though. Like, oh dear. That's tough. That's tough, buddy. DK gotta swap it up to good old-fashioned Reinhardt on King's Row. We are playing Tank Counter Swap Simulator. Mari did just respawn, so if she gets word of this, she might mirror it. Potentially.
Yeah, there it is. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
This just fulfilled the fantasies of I can't imagine how many fans. I cannot believe we are in a time where a Rhine 1v1 is back up, and already, why not go in?
Well, we're in. That's certainly something. Did it do much? Not really.
Not really.
Bastion does get a lot more value with a Reinhardt shield to get behind and a Reinhardt shield to shred on the enemy team. He's Raja the waiting. He's gonna use it. Nope, never mind. Only needs one hit. Finish off Mori. The Soundberry Pauline. Way too late to keep things up and helping him. Yeah, DK. They're feeling pretty good about their chances. It just vacuums Regime out of midair into the pin. Oh yeah, this is classic Reinhardt gameplay, people.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Benevolence will go off of the Bastion onto the Freya to match kind of that long-range damage output that Winter was able to have that last fight. But yeah, wow. Not what I expected today whatsoever. Jeremy has Blade Pauline. They'll actually go over to the Baptiste, realizing that, hey, if we're going to run the Rhine, it's one of the few times you actually prefer the Baptiste over the Kiriko, which is not like you really have a whole lot to Suzu, and it's more impactful just to keep Mari at higher health.
Jeremy, though, Blade is out. Couple of slashes, we get knocked over. Immortality field. Keep them on their feet, but everyone needs to hit the reverse and do it fast. DK's Kitsune Rush is a scary thing to have to look at. Unfortunately, Jeremy gets caught from around the corner. Peace attempting to boot everyone back into the sightlines. Does so successfully with Regime and Mari, who failed to get the shield in front of her support in time. And this just ought to be a reset from Exo Sakura.
It has to be. Mari tries to get out and actually gets pinned instead. And now, if you're DK, you can just hold that archway. You don't have to play all the way by cart. It can get very tricky here for Exo Sakura to try and push on through. And Santana, you can tell, man, they want to use the shadow. They want to use it bad, but now the mind games begin between the Rhines.
Oh, this is what we like. Oh, well, there you go.
There's
Laid
one
right
block.
down in front of the shield. It wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Mari, though, might be if it wasn't for that massive burst of healing. And Jeremy, by the way, did solo kill both DPS while that was happening. So, I mean, we were talking about the Rise. It's cool and all, but Jeremy also just popped off on the Genji.
It is just a subtle little pop off. It's hard to pay attention when you got, you know, the two big Germans with hammers going at it, but Exo Sakura take advantage. No ultimates used during that fight, and now 2 minutes to go, and there should be at least another touch here coming in from the Ducks, but you wonder if the Shatter is still top of mind, if that can just stop it, or this window will instead, just kind of delay any sort of touch. Zyzz and Santana both get burned down, and now 3 minutes for Exo Sakura, but it helps put into consideration how ridiculous the push was from DK.
Yeah.
Because already they'll have a minute advantage minimum.
Like, like, you're not going to beat the Tomeg, obviously. But if you can finish with over a minute, it means that Exo Sakura still have a chance. They don't know Mari's here.
Oh my god.
See the Shatter. Wait, this could be... Oh, no! Oh, I think Santana caught it out of the corner of their eye, and Mari isn't going to get out alive at all. That is a really rough turnaround. You know, I appreciate the attempt. What? Okay. You know what? Good attempt either way. Exo Sakura, I mean, they're going to be resetting regardless, just with Santana claiming the payload as
I don't know if they will.
Well, okay, maybe not. Benevolence is not on my turn. A little bit of power of the water boy behind them, and yeah, all right. You'll make something out of what seemed like nothing. Santana is back to spawn. Mari, time for Earth Shatter is now. Oh, maybe not. Definitely reconsidered it there. Could just smack down
there
Cinnabar,
it is.
or just get two along with it. Drags out the bola shot too. Like, fantastic value out of the Reinhardt. Only thing Mari needs to do now is survive, and that will not be happening. But it's okay. He's Jeremy, who has a nice dragon blade there to greet DK. But Santana also has a javelin for Jeremy. We see it over just trading. We're sending gifts to each other. It's all fun and games until a sharp object lands in Jeremy's eyeball, and suddenly we're crying and running away. Exo Sakura. It's just not their fight.
Are you speaking from experience in that kind of play as a DPS player? That seemed a little too on point with the explanation of that one. Exo Sakura, obviously they put a lot into that as well. Mari will now match the Orisa as the tank roulette continues to go around and around. Pauline, I wonder if they swap back over to the Kiriko here after she uses window, but I wonder if there's almost not enough time left to try and think about that swap long term already. Amp goes out, gets pulled in instead.
Ooh! Sidestep there, those Exa boots hurt there. Now that sideways jump, the only reason everyone is still alive on DK, and say that is Jeremy ends up going down. That's a bit of a rough turnaround. Like, at this point, you can either die now and reset. Whatever you do, you can't stand for Benevolence. Can get two with the bullet shot +1 just in the neutral. Oh, this might be the saving grace that Exo Sakura needed to get to this point, but they need to get it with at least a couple of seconds on the clock. Otherwise, this one is as good as done. Speed, name of the game, and Benevolence doing their best to deliver the healing, seemingly infinite, into the Freya. The sound barrier, all of those health bars, they're cushioned up, and there's not much Benevolence can do against it. Peace pulling the blade. Regime, no wave to deter the Genji from waltzing on into the backline. 2 down, 20 seconds to go. Exo Sakura, they're on the payload. Someone's attempting to C9, and it's Mari. She's gonna go down late here. There's not enough time for a full contest. This is just over.
I think this is over. It's not like Pauline of all heroes is going to be able to do a whole lot, and Exo Sakura try and force a fight that maybe they shouldn't have, and that's it. DK will make the grand finals in a 3-0 sweep over the reigning runner-ups.
Runner-ups of multiple times at that. DK have been yet to best this team, at least this late in a playoff bracket, but doing so here, that is an insane turnaround for this roster. And I mean, gold stars given out all around the tempo. Again, the like so many things were going right for them that it just seemed to completely slip through the radar of Exo Sakura. And even though it was a 3-0, and you're like, it's kind of sad, they made it interesting. Who thought we'd get Reinhardt v. Reinhardt, and then Mauga and Roadhog and Pharmacy in the same map? Like, only calling all heroes, I'm telling you.
That's one for the history books. That has to be one of the most interesting games I've seen in a very long time. But I will say this, like I don't want to say I was a doubter, but I was just kind of curious where DK were going to land, considering, you know, it always seems like they're number 2 just looking on the outside, whether it be Exo Sakura or Avidity, that have been above them in the past. This might finally be the tourney for DK. I won't lie. They clearly look like the best team right now, whether it be the Tracer Pharah, even the Reaper, the Genji, any sort of look that they try and throw out there right now. it's just unreal. And I will say, like, the Wu Yang gameplay from Cinnabar might be one of the best in KOA right now. Like, genuinely, she just knows exactly how to use the hero perfectly. And the Ducks just keep on swimming. They have the luxury now of just getting to sit back for the first 2 games to, next week. Be like, hey, all right, what's happening? You know, what's going on? It's the best spot to be in. They have map pick and ban advantage from map 1 as well. It is the perfect recipe for a potential Duck dynasty here for DK.
You did not just say that.
Dude, it's 11 o'clock. Give me a little bit of a break. We're hitting that point.
Oh, no, we're not. No.
We're hitting
like-
that point. The puns are coming out.
I'm like proud, but I'm like low-key disappointed at the same time.
That's what happens. Oh, God.
Oh my gosh. Hey, you know, like with this in particular, DK, I kind of, you know, we did wonder with this team. They've been at like that top 3, but they're coming off a win of Academy 201. Granted, neither Avidity or Exo Sakura were able to participate in that event, so it was a little bit difficult to tell. Will that momentum carry over? The answer, as of now, is pretty much yes. And I'm so interested to see where they go with the Zarya Reaper comp, the Cinnabar Wuyong. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
And
Yeah.
just piece on whatever they are told to play, they can play it to like mastery. So this is just a DK that I think is in top form heading into these grand finals next week. And I mean, we can toot their horn all that we want, but what better way to hear how the team is feeling than from the players themselves? I believe we have an interview. Oh, never mind. We don't have it. I lied. Wait, we're vamping. Never mind. That
TBD.
means we get it. TBD. We do not have an interview. Or maybe we do have an interview and we're getting it set up. I don't know, but that's okay because I'm happy to yap about these teams a little bit longer. Like, Exo Sakura, though, I think going down to the lower bracket, with how brutal this 3-0 was, I think that shows where a lot of the gaps are with this team. They're a very fun set of players. They really enjoy playing the game, but I also think there's a couple times where they seem a little unlocked and, you know, getting a little silly with moments that they shouldn't necessarily do, or and that causes them to fall behind in some decision making or lose confidence very fast. And I do worry for them in a lower bracket matchup there. They could potentially be facing an Avidity or a Nightmare Eclipse who beats an Avidity.
Yeah.
Like, that's a very scary thing to think about for them.
I think their biggest issue right now is that they're very easily read. Like, you could tell, like, oh, this is their band, we're going into this map, they're going to run this comp. I think that's probably the biggest downside of Exo Sakura right now, is there's not a ton of flexibility, and I think in a meta like this, to where so much can be played, it can get a little tricky when instead of having, you know, maybe 5 options, you're kind of down to 2 or 3. And I think that is the struggle that Exo Sakura maybe have time now to figure out over this next week of how they want to go at that for the final day of competition here in summer.
Yeah, the Ducks shall certainly not lose their wings yet, and Exo Sakura, I mean, it's going to be a difficult choice, or journey just to get them back to a grand finals where DK already sits, and it's fantastic for them to be in such a position. I do believe, for real this time, we have an interview ready. So, yes, thank you, producer. We have Cinnabar joining us here on the desk. I was just matching producer's energy. Cinnabar, hello. Oh my gosh, you are very good at Wuyong. How are we feeling after that match against Exo Sakura today?
I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling really confident for how this tournament is gonna go, to be honest. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just excited to keep playing.
So I gotta ask, obviously, Wuyong's only been out for a little bit, but it feels like you all know exactly what you're doing with the hero, and especially you are just lights out. I think we were talking about it, probably the best at the characters so far in the scene. How are you feeling with the new character? How are you feeling that Wuyong's kind of fit into this meta?
Well, I'll start with the meta part. I mean, I think this hero is probably the best support hero in the game right now, maybe other than Kiriko. And I feel like it's just kind of hard meta. You should play it whenever you can. Obviously, some maps it's like harder to play if Lucio's pickable, but character is very good. And I mean, I just love playing this character. I kind of play it all day, like in scrims and ranked. This is the only thing I play unless it's banned. To be honest, I love it.
That's fair enough. As you all now grand finals and where you were not able to get there in the spring, right? You lose in upper finals, you lose in lower finals. How much was that fuel this time around? Like, hey, we want to make sure that we not only get to grands, but obviously now the goal is to take it all.
I mean, I think we're just gonna try really hard to win this tournament. I mean, losing or like not getting there the last tournament, like I don't know, it definitely really upset me because I feel like really confident about myself and my teammates, and I do think that like we definitely could have been a lot better, and I'm glad we're doing like putting in the effort now. I feel like we're a really strong team, and I'm really happy about that.
And it absolutely looks like it too. I mean, being in the grand finals, avoiding having to play extra matches too for next week. I mean, that's fantastic. And having a shot at being back-to-back title holders here was pretty darn cool as well. I do want to talk about you for a little bit too, because you kind of just exploded onto the Overwatch scene within the past year a lot, like at least in Calling All Heroes, and then now with your OWCS team as well. Like you are in so many places doing fantastic things, and I kind of want to hear from you, like competing in Calling All Heroes. Like, what has that meant to you so far this year?
I mean, this year, I don't. It's kind of hard to say. I really enjoy playing Calling All Heroes, but I also sometimes it does get hard to balance like the scheduling with OWCS and Calling All Heroes overlapping. But I still try my hardest for Calling All Heroes when I can, because I do really enjoy this tournament, and I feel like it's a really nice space for everyone that's involved. So I really try my hardest and put a lot of effort in.
And the effort's truly coming to light. I mean, I don't think you should watch it back, see how many times you lost our minds over the Cinnabar you blew on today. We could genuinely just make a highlight reel out of that. But before we let you go off and the rest of your team, do you have any final words, any shout outs that you want to make heading into your grand finals match next week?
I mean, I'm just gonna give it my all. I think my team's gonna give it our all, and I'm really excited about that. And shout out to my girlfriend.
Fantastic. Well, we are looking forward to the continued excellence of DK for the rest of this tournament. And Cinnabar, thank you again for coming on and giving us a bit of insight onto DK, of course. And we hope you have a great rest of your evening, and we will see you for the grand finals next week.
Thank you. You too.
Fantastic. Like, I'm genuinely so excited to see where DK can go with this, because I mean they had their kind of struggles, and Cinnabar recognized that herself. Like she feels like they've really locked in for this tournament, and that's absolutely true going forwards. And like we're likely seeing either an Avidity or Exo Sakura return to face them in the grands, unless we see Nightmare pull out something extraordinary. But
yeah.
I mean that on its own would be something crazy. But all of that considered, I mean DK, this is a true testament to the improvements and work they've put on over these breaks.
No, especially Cinnabar, like you said, like her rise recently has been nuts, and especially over in OWCS, like now on Team Z, formerly on Sakura, like getting progress. Now is even her and Santana are both on Grandview for collegiate, so it's kind of crazy her rise, and there's a reason why, because she is still one of the best out there in main sports, and you can tell she just loves playing Wu Yang, which honestly I understand it. Like he is so fun to play. And she has really taken that to the nth degree. So, yeah, I think DK, obviously the team to beat next week, and it's going to be a lot of struggles, I think, for whether it be Avidity, DK, and Avidity, EXO, Sakura, or if, Nightmare, Zocor shock everybody, they make finals. It's going to be pretty tough to beat this team, because it seems like they can do no wrong at the moment, and you're going to have to find the cracks somewhere in this armor that seems impenetrable.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, we can take a look at this bracket one last time too, just to get a full view of kind of where we've gone throughout today. And we were kind of talking before this too, that like DK Exo Sakura, this is going to be the close game of today. This is the one we can go the distance. It's going to be there. And it wasn't. I mean, DK just proved how much further above they are some of the other top competition within this tournament. Like it's been almost entirely 3-0s altogether in our upper bracket, which that hasn't been something we've seen much of all for this season.
No, it's not been super common. We've seen a lot more closer matches, but I think this major, it does feel like, for the most part, we know our top three teams. and then there was a little bit of a gap, and then there was all of, like, the contenders to jump up, and that included Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp and Fable and Rebel Hearts. A lot of these teams, like, thinking they can try and get up there, and honestly, Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp have gotten pretty close to that measure themselves, but now as you go to the lowers, this is where the chaos has been, right? Fable, banger of a match against Cafe Violet, they finished top 6. Avidity, I won't lie, it feels a little unfair for Avidity to be in lowers that early, but they're just running it, and I won't lie, that Avidity Exo Sakura lower final potential is unreal. Like, that will feed families as a rematch of the spring finals just to get a chance to take on the Ducks for that major prize, and honestly, all of the momentum you could possibly want going into champs in just a few months.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is we see, this whole season it's been the story of these top 3 teams. DK, they've been different names, but right now DK, Exo Sakura, and of course what we've kind of been seeing in Avidity too. Will that gap be closed? I mean, Nightmare the closest to touching that, but it almost seems like it's always constant. It's always shifting, right? DK,
Yeah.
a decent leg above where we're seeing Exo Sakura right now. Not entirely sure where Nightmare Eclipse stands, and we're gonna find out, and so will Exo Sakura when they meet their opponent next week. But Jesse, that's all next week. This is all that we had going on here for today for the Calling All Heroes summer season, and I'd say we've set ourselves up pretty nicely for our grand finals weekend.
No, I think all the storylines going in, like the potential for a Nightmare Eclipse Zocorp miracle run, like that, of course, is just fantastic. But you have the storylines of that top 3 potentially battling it out for the title here in the summer. It just, the storylines write themselves. Calling Our Heroes, that's the one thing it'll never be short of, is storylines and all the good drama that comes in these close games. And even though, yes, we had a sweep here in that final game, it was maybe a sweep that told us more about the potential of how good these teams can really be down the line. And a quick shout out before we leave, obviously, our wonderful production staff in the background, our TO, especially Cat Nader, producing for us tonight in Reno. The main TO is just, some fantastic games tonight, and hopefully next week will not disappoint.
Oh, it won't disappoint, because Calling All Heroes, Jesse, never disappoints.
Does.
It was a fantastic evening here to be with all of you for the Calling All Heroes summer season playoffs, but it must come to an end today. Thank you so much for coming out to support the Calling All Heroes scene. It's been Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty, and we'll go ahead and see you next time.